thanks to Ms. Shola Yusuf. I'm happy to be here. Even though my English is not as good as my Yoruba, I will try my best to speak English today, because we are addressing a larger audience than just the Yoruba. Welcome to everybody.
Thank you, Baba. I was trying to introduce Engineer Bankole, another wise man of Yoruba Gbode, but
I'm here now.
The land, it's very quick. Yeah.
I can hear him.
I'm back on the panel.
Okay, now. Okay. Baba Bankole. Oh, okay. Baba Bankole had a big Yoruba organization in Canada. And like I said, he travels every Sunday to be on Yoruba Gbode. Who does that? Except people with the interest of their people at heart. Baba Bankole, say hello to our people so we know you are here.
Thank you very much. It's Shola Yusuf. Actually, I'm in your backyard. I'm in Maryland today.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Maryland, and that's why I'm having problems with connection, because I'm staging this from a restaurant so that I can attend the show. So I welcome everybody, and I thank you all for coming. I believe we'll have a discussion that will bring us together, not separate us. I believe that cool head will prevail. We'll be frank with one another. And at the end of it, we'll go back home smiling, remembering this day as a day that brings the East and the West together. Thank you, Olotu.
Thank you, Engineer Bankole Babalogbomoso. We okay, these are our Amoye, our guest, our special guest today. And he's a special guest because he's coming for the first time. Even though Baba Adeboye is also a speaker and a guest, I'm not going to call him a guest because I can say he has been on Yoruba Gbode forever. So I am, okay, our guest today is here. Chief Unamaika, please can you open your camera so we can see you? We are trying to see you so everybody can see you, sir. I'm trying to let you start your camera. Please, can you start your camera, sir, so we can see you?
I see.
I see him. Oh. It's on already, but it's okay. Okay, I'm asking you to start the video, sir. Okay. We can see only your name. We are not able to see your face.
Or hear his voice.
Or hear your voice.
But I'm seeing all of you. I don't know. Can you see me now?
Oh, now we see you.
Yeah. I still.
Can you see me now?
No, you have not started your video. That is what this machine is telling me, that your video has not started. I heard your voice, so you are on the microphone, but not on the camera, sir.
But from here, it showed me that my video is on.
Oh.
Now we can see you.
We can see you now.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you see him, Shola?
Yeah, I
No,
can see all of you.
I cannot.
We can see him.
But if you can see him, yes, we are good to go. So, okay. All right. Okay. Whatever is happening, that is blocking the camera from here.
Shola, I think you have to share. Maybe you have to share.
It has two line on. His line is on one, and the other one is what Olotu is looking at.
Okay,
So
I
he's on.
think
You have to share, Shola. You have to.
No, he has one with Nnaemeka Nnadozie.
Yeah. The one of
And then
Nnameka is
there
not
is-
showing my picture.
What's the other one?
The one is Agapitus Nnadozie. That's the one showing my face.
But there's
okay.
another one
So
that has
that is the
another
one
name.
showing your face.
Yeah, let me
Okay.
see.
Okay. So this is you. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank
There was I tried so hard to be able to speak some Igbo today, and
Yeah.
I'm going to blame my engineer. I relied on Oriaku, Israel Oriaku, so much. So I
Okay.
said, okay, don't worry. The last minute you are going to teach me Igbo, so I can say it to Chief. But this afternoon, when I called this boy, he told me, Emi ò lè sọ Igbo, mi ò gbọ́ Igbo. Please, I'm going to give you his address so you can spank him for me. So because he didn't teach me because he can't say it. Oriaku, if you are on, I'm reporting you to our elders because you refuse to teach me because you don't know. But I can say, una kachifo. Am I saying something that makes sense?
Kachifo means good night. Good night. You will say Ndewo.
So you see, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So this is how we're going to start. Because you are coming to Yoruba Gbode for the first time, except the little that I know that I used to introduce you, I don't know much about you. And I will be happy if you can tell me and our audience a little bit about yourself. Just a little introduction, 2-3 minutes about yourself. The only thing I know is that you were a superintendent for custom in Nigeria before you retired. You are welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Chief Nnameka Nnadozie, and I have served the custom service for 17 years before coming to the US. And I lived in Lagos for, I lived in Lagos for 15 years throughout my service in the customs. And most of my friends were Yorubas. And then I came into this country in 2008 when I won the US immigrant visa lottery. Here now, I work as a mental health counselor in the US. So far, that's much I can say for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, and we have seen Baba, Professor Adeniran Adeboye. This is how we're going to do it today. Our two guests, I'm going to ask them specific questions and they are going to tell us stories on the question. Those of you on YouTube, I know I've seen you, that you are very many there. Thanks for coming. The only way you can ask question is if you send it to the phone number 860-371-9367. The way they do this thing, if you're on YouTube, you cannot ask question directly. Thank you. So moving forward, I'm going to ask questions. I take this opportunity to greet our regulars on Yoruba Gbode. Every Sunday they are here. Thank you so much for being here again. So Now we want to talk about the history, what has been going on between Yoruba and Igbo. We are both close in most of our cultures, and in geographical location, we are somewhat close too. But there's so much controversy about the Igbo and the Yoruba. So this is what we want to analyze today. Now, a lot of people believe that it wasn't the civil war that brought the discrepancies or the controversy between us. A lot of people believe that it has started before the civil war. So I am going to ask our guest to tell us what was going on for a little bit. I mean, we can use our leaders, our two leaders, the Papa Wo and Dr. Azikwe. We are going to use them probably as a model for whatever we're saying. So, Chief Nnadozie, can you bring to light what used to happen? What was the relationship? What were the happenings between Chief Awolowo and Chief Azikwe even before the Civil War? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this question. I think you cannot talk about what happened between Zik and Awolowo without going back to the history during the time of Herbert Macaulay. Herbert Macaulay was the first person that formed the first political party in Nigeria called the NNDP in the 1920s. And he was a mentor to Zik. And so tracing from that time, the NNDP metamorphosed into NCNC, when Macaulay was no more. But then the Egbo Moduduwa, which also turned into Action Group, was not in picture then until Awolowo came back from London, where he went to study his law. So you can remember that during the London conferences before the Nigeria independence, the major speakers and in those London conferences were Dr. Zikiwe, Chief Awolowo, and Mala Aminu Kano. Then the nation was divided into 3 regions before the Midwestern region came on board. So Zikiwe and Awolowo had always had a good rapport. But I would say what caused friction was in the 1959 general election. It was very difficult for, then we had 3 major parties, the Action Group, the NCNC, and the NPC, led by Mala Aminu Kano and the Les Sadauna. So, and everything there was run on regional lines. So it was difficult for either the NPC or the NNC, NCNC or the Action Group to produce, to make it, to produce the Prime Minister alone. So there was this need for a merger. Awolowo spoke to Zik for Action Group to have a coalition with NCNC, but Nana Zigwe chose to have the alliance with NPC led by Tafawa Balewa, and then this coalition happened, and after the 1959 general election, the coalition of NCNC and the NPC produced the government. Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister, and Zik became the governor general of Nigeria. I mean, the president of Nigeria. So this didn't go down well with Chief Obafemi Awolowo, because Awolowo now find himself becoming the leader of the opposition government. And this happened, and then we saw how Awolowo was charged of treason. He was accused of trying to overthrow the government, and he was convinced and remanded in the Calabar prison. So, but a lot of people are saying that apart from what happened between Zik and Awolowo, because of the coalition incident, that one of the major things that brought this rift more was also the civil war. Because if you remember, when Ojukwu and Gowon went to Aburi Accord to have the agreement so that Nigeria would run on a confederation, it was tacitly agreed at Aburi that what they agreed and signed there would be implemented. So after the Aburi Accord in Ghana, Gowon signed, Ojukwu signed, and they came back, and to the surprise of Ojukwu, Gowon came and he changed his mind. Instead of him implementing what he signed in Aburi Accord, Ojukwu now saw that Awolowo had accepted to become the vice president and then to become the finance minister. So Ojukwu saw that as a betrayal. So that deepens the rift more. And then after the civil war, we also saw how the economic policy did not do the Igbo people good.
Yeah. Yes, we want to. At first, we want to limit it to before the civil war.
Oh, and before the civil war.
Before the civil war.
Okay.
So I think you have given us everything
that happened before the civil war.
Yeah, that happened before the civil war. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We're still going to go back to what happened during the civil war. Baba Adeniran Adeboye, before the civil war, what was the relationship? What was the history, as far as you know, sir?
Thank you very much. I was going to say Eshun. I forgot that we say we are going to speak English. Thank you very much, Ms. Yusuf. I'm a victim of my own profession. And so I'm not always able to start things in the middle. I usually want to put them in a bigger context. So in about 2 or 3 sentences, I want to remind us that the challenge that we face all over the Africa, let's say south of the Sahara, is not our making. And any manifestation of that challenge locally in Nigeria is only just that, a manifestation. There's a broader context that we must look at. So I want to say that the Arab colonialism predates European colonialism in Africa. That Black colonialism regarded Black people in a way that is not salutary, that is not empowering, and that we are a bunch of dark, flat-nosed, kinky hair with people with little understanding or intelligence, and not fit to rule ourselves. That was going on way before we even get to West Africa. I mean, 800 AD, the people that were being carted as slaves to the Indian Ocean, the Lower Mesopotamia, they were called Zanj. That's why you got the word Zanzibar. Zanj meant Black and described the way I've just done. Little intelligence, little kinky hair, black color, flat noses, tattoo face, etc. that lasted for almost 1,000 years. It was only after Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand got Spain away from the Arabs and the Moors that they learned how to come to West Africa to come and catch people that Arabs were already using and abusing. And that's, I want us to know that. And I want us to know that whatever is called trade or piracy, or whatever you want to call it, is the principal issue that created discombobulation in Africa, and that create and a method, a very good method of securing what you want is to divide and rule. So the division in Africa, whether it is between those who are practicing native religion or those who are practicing what the Europeans used to call Mohammedanism, or it's between people who speak different languages or have different cultures or what have you, that was the foundation. Starting from, in the case of Europeans, starting from the 1500s, when the Catholic Church got approved, the Holy Roman Empire got approval to catch slaves and what have you, we have been in trouble. Now, I'm going to jump forward to 1925 when Azikiwe went to United States to study and got in contact with the African American who were struggling for their own for end of discrimination and so on. And Azikiwe went to Storer College in West Virginia, and then came to Howard University, and then went to Lincoln. He learned a lot. He had a tremendous relationship with African American intelligentsia, and whatever methods African American were using to liberate themselves, Azikiwe and his fellows decided that that also is something that we could use in Africa. Absolutely logical, but not necessarily suitable. So when he came back, in 1927, the Ibibio State Union was founded. Ibibio State Union. Ibibio are people of the south, well, extremely southeast of Nigeria, in what is what we used to call Ogoja, Calabar, and that kind of area. That's where the Ibibio were. They had a state union in Nigeria in 1927. That is 2 years after Azikiwe left Nigeria. That is several years before Awolowo left Nigeria. In 1937, 10 years after Ibibio State Union, the Igbo State Union, and I say Igbo because that's what they were called at that time. Nowadays we say Igbo, not Igbo. But the Igbo State Union was formed in 1937. The role of the Macaulay crowd, that is those people who were locally struggling for some kind of relief for the African, for the people in Nigeria, mostly people, many times people who came from Brazil or came from Sierra Leone, or those people who are homegrown, about which Macaulay was a leader. But before him, his grandfather, Ajayi Crowther, had already translated the Bible from English to Yoruba to Igbo to Hausa. So I always talk about the Crowther crowd, then the Macaulay crowd. The Macaulay crowd does not even include his father, who was the founder of CMS Grammar School Lagos in 1859. But the Macaulay crowd was super schooled. And so, like as our guest says, he was a mentor to Nnamdi Azikiwe. But being a mentor to Nnamdi Azikiwe was very good, but he was also the founder of NNDP. And there was something called the Nigerian Youth Movement. So when Azikiwe came back from the United States in 1937, he first went to Ghana, Then he came to Nigeria, and the Igbo State Union was founded. So the Igbo State Union was founded in spite or perhaps because of the NNDP of Abat Macaulay and the Nigerian youth movements that were essentially targeted at giving Nigeria some relief, but it didn't stop the local nations, and Igbo is a nation, from looking for how to take care of their own needs within the context of Nigeria. And that's how Azikiwe became president, not just a member of the NNDP, and for some short time a member of the Nigerian youth movement, but he founded the Igbo State Union and became its president. So any reference to Awolowo now forming Egbe Omo Oduduwa, and he didn't inform me, but he was part of it in 1945, first in London, where he was studying law, was in sync with the founding of the Ibibio State Union, the Igbo State Union, and there was an organization in the north that was called Jeremiah something, but I will research it. I don't always remember it. But those unions that were centered around nationalities already existed before Awolowo founded the Egbe Omo Yoruba with his co-students in London. So part of the misunderstanding is to say that Awolowo founded a Yoruba organization and therefore was not being national enough. Well, if you say it wasn't being national enough, what are you going to say about Zeke, who was mentored by Abat Macaulay, who joined the NNDP and the Nigerian movement and yet founded the Igbo State Union? I mean, if you could do that. And Awolowo also was a member of the Nigerian youth movement. I'm not finding fault with either one of them. Why am I not finding fault with either one of them? Because it is a mistake to insist that what God created is inferior to what human beings create. God created the Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, everything. God created all of those. The British created Nigeria. So if Azikiwe and Ernest Colley and all of those people thought their nations needed organizations ministering unto their interests, I couldn't find fault with that. Well, not so good though, because politics was in the offing. The end of the World War made people realize that their nations might even be able to fight more fiercely for independence. Mahatma Gandhi and Pandit Nehru started fighting immediately in India. By 1947, India was independent. So it's not surprising that the people in Nigeria will also think of independence for their nations. And which nation are we talking about? Not necessarily Nigeria. At their hearts, whether it is Zik and Igbo, Awolowo and Yoruba, or Sadana and House of Fulani, they wanted autonomy, and they were going to fight for it. So in 1948, in Aba, where Azikiwe was presiding over the conference of Igbo State Union, he made statements that made it eminently clear that he was interested in Igbo nation within Nigeria, if possible, without Nigeria, if necessary. The same period, Awolowo wrote a book, Path to Nigeria's Freedom. So he was not discountenancing Nigeria, but he said, and I quote, "Nigeria is not a nation. Not like France or England or this or that." He mentioned nations by definition, which in Yoruba translates to Orile-Ede. a land in which people speak the same language, have the same culture, same aspirations, same philosophy of life and whatever. England was that. United Kingdom was not that. In fact, it was the Act of Union, 1707, that put nations together, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and created a United Kingdom, which is another way of saying a federation.
Mm-hmm.
So Awolowo was advocating a federalism that will recognize the autonomy of the nations within that federal structure. The conflict was not clear in the minds of people whether it was the political advantage of being prime minister or this or that people were struggling for, or the truth about what would make Africa stable. If it was what would make Africa stable, federalism for Nigeria would be a step in the right direction. If Nigeria cannot be broken back into what it was before 1914, then let us have a federal structure. Now, 1951, I don't want to talk too much. 1951, it was clear to the British that we were marching on to some form of demand for independence. So they allowed a countrywide election to the houses, well, in each region. Western region at that time went all the way to Asaba and to Abo and all of those places. Eastern region was all the way to Calabar, Uguja. Northern region, whatever the map said at that time, those were regional elections. And what was going to happen with the regional elections was that once you elected people into those regional houses, then they would choose who would be representing them in the federal structure. Federal government was going to be very small. Lagos was the capital of the colonial, British colonial Nigeria, operated from Lagos. So the elections were held. Some lies were told. That's part of the problem. The administrators of the election were the British colonial officers in Lagos. They asked the political parties, action group, send us the list of your members that are running for election, your own candidates. They asked the same of the NCNC, the MPC, and what have you. I hope everybody in the wide world is hearing me. Because the British documents that contained those things exist. Awolowo submitted a list. I don't know if he submitted he submitted a list of 80 names because there were 80 seats in Western region. Lagos was part of Western region. He submitted a list of 80 names that were running on the platform of the action group. Then he took away from that 80 those who insisted on running as independents. Among them, a famous name, Alhaji Adegbenro of Abeokuta. And the reason for doing so was because, running as an action group might not allow him to win in Abeokuta because Abeokuta was the home of Kuti. And everybody knows Mrs. Ransom Kuti were all NCNC people. So in order to win his election, he did not have to confront a popular woman like that. In any case, of the 80 of the people that Awolowo submitted, 80 minus 5, 38 of them won the election to Western region. I know 38 is not one half of 80.
80.
but he had 38 of the names that he submitted who were winners of that election. Now, it turns out that the 5 people whose name he withdrew as AG and didn't fill in the blank because they were running as independent, they also won. So when you add 38 to 5, you get what? 43. That 43 is majority by any numerical calculation. Now, how about Nnamdi Azikiwe? Nnamdi Azikiwe did not submit a single name of people, not even his own name, as running. He didn't have to. He was asked to, but he did not. I'm talking 1951, December, so January 52. So when the election results were announced, who won where, of the people who ran, 38 were action group by overt commitment. 5 were independent that included a number of there were more than 5 independent people who won as independent, but 5 of them belonged to Awolowo anyway. So when Azikiwe was able to count those who would go along with him and the NCNC, there were 27. I'm going to not mention a name of a student at the University College, Ibadan, who attended the opening of Parliament in Ibadan, 1951 and 1952 January, and who allowed himself to join forces with others who were propagating falsehood that Awolowo used Yoruba para-poison to get people to cross from NCNC to the action group. That did not happen. My father was an NCNC man. And I'm not going to mention the name of another person whose father was an NCNC man, but but the point I'm making here is that falsehood was beginning of the poisoning of the well to the people of our country. Before that, any little argument between Zik and Awolowo and this and that didn't go much beyond Lagos. But once you start saying that Awolowo and his people participated in getting people to cross carpet from NCNC to AG, the poisoning that you are looking for, what began our challenges, that's where it began. That falsehood is where it began. Oh, any other falsehood, such as Awolowo founded Egbe Shokan, not Egbe Shokan, but Egbe Omodua, in contradistinction with the nationalist movement. That's not true. Preceding those Egbe Omodua were 1927 Ibibio, 1937 Igbo State Union, of which Azikiwe was president. So when you add all of these things together, you said that we should stop where?
Before we want to talk about everything that happened before the Civil War.
Oh my God, before the Civil War. Well, before the Civil War, I mean, let me put it this way. I started school in January 1951. It was in December that they had that election. By June, July 1951, the movement toward the election was already heavy in my hometown, Gbode. I know everybody knows Gbode by now. But my father was a member of the NCNC. And the NCNC was led by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. The impression that Azikiwe had managed to create in Nigeria at that time, and Western Nigeria in particular, led to the following song that I'm going to sing to you. my primary school, African Church School, Gbode. My teacher, Olasupo Adegberu, not the Adegberu that Adegberu, taught us the following song. When I sang it in my house, my father was dancing. Ẹni bí Azikwela ń fẹ́ tó ń jà fún òdodo, àríkọ́gbọ́n ní ìwà rẹ̀, Áfíríkà ọ̀nà wọ́ sókè. So that tells you.
This, we want somebody like Azikwe was fighting for the truth.
Yes, that was the belief among the followers of Azikiwe in my hometown. Most prominent of them was my father, because he was not just an NCNC man. He was the Baba Ijo of my school. I mean, of my church, the church around my school. He was also a chief in Gbode. He was the Karum Olufi. So for somebody that prominent to be an NCNC man was not small in Gbode of those days. Now, what did I think? What happened? They had the election. We were not happy that NCNC didn't win, but we had to live with it. But one thing that came clear, crystal clear, was that no matter how prominent my father was locally, he did not have a whole lot of money. He had children in school that he couldn't pay for, and I was one of them. So when Awolowo promised free education in 1951, and when he delivered in 1954 December, January 17, 1955, my being run out of school for non-payment of fees ended. And that's how I became an action group child in an NCNC household. All of the negatives that were propagated at that time, some of them coming from my own father, that Awolowo was merely deceiving the people, that free education would be folded up after the 1954 election. That's part of poisoning the well. And prominent among people doing that as a campaign trick. Azikiwe wasn't alone in it. So was Adelabu. Adelabu was as Yoruba as they come, and was the leader of opposition in Western Region after Zik left. So talking about poisoning the well, the free education that we started in 1955 didn't end. So those of us who got free education for 2 years out of our school life never forgot how we managed to finish. But Awolowo NCNC, by that campaign, they won more seats in the federal election of 1954, because the natives were told, whoa, Baba, let me speak English. That man is just taking your children away from helping you on the farm and this and that. They are not going anywhere with it. And that's how the Yoruba went and voted massively for NCNC in 1954. Then Awolowo turned around and went from town to town, saluting the Obas and explaining himself and saying, no, the kind of thing that we have in here is not to take away from what you're with. If you harvest 3 or 4 bags of cocoa from your farm, this is how much you are going to get during the year. It's not enough to do anything in modern times. The only thing that is enough to do anything in modern times is to diversify. Agriculture is not going to be everything you do. So by 1956 regional election, the Yoruba listened a little more to Awolowo, and they returned him to Western Region as premier with victory that he did not get in 1954. But you see, all this NCNC political party agenda to become the government mixed with Azikiwe, the whole thing is that NCNC came to represent Azikiwe. so that the poisoning of the well again became thicker and thicker. And that went on till 1959 federal election. But I said before the Civil War, federal election. You know, I was a strong boy, but not too strong. I was still NCNC in sympathy with my father. I was still hoping that NCNC would win enough in the 1959 election, and Action Group will win enough, and they will join forces and form the government. Well, December 12, 1959, the election to federal parliament was holding. That was on the eve of the so-called independence. By August 8, 1957, both Western Nigeria and Eastern Nigeria had gotten self-governing status, which Northern Nigeria had not yet accepted. But 1959, the elections were held. NCNC had so many votes. They had more than the Action Group because a good portion of Western Nigeria, Yoruba country, voted for NCNC. We were not as united in our political view as the other regions were. Most of the people who won elections in Eastern region were on the NCNC. Most of the people who won in Northern region were NPC. But in Western region, Awolowo was struggling. So, how do you form parliament? Awolowo approached Zik. Let's find a way to have a coalition government. So they sent their representatives to Asaba. Asaba, for those who know the geography of Nigeria, Asaba is right there on the boundary of Western region, and you just go across the Niger and you get to Onitsha. In fact, I have crossed that place more than once, but I'm saying Asaba was a good choice for East and West to meet. While the delegates of Action Group and NCNC were meeting in Asaba, the guy who had run against Azikiwe, who had run against the NCNC, who created his own party, Kingsley Ozumba Mbadiwe, had found a way to be the representative for Azikiwe to go and negotiate secretly in Kaduna with the Sadauna. So that as the people were returning from Asaba, while they were at Asaba negotiating what was possible, it was announced that the NCNC and the NPC were going to form a coalition government. No, in other words, all of that Asaba meeting was a ruse because Azikiwe's party were more interested in working with the Northern region. I can't blame them for whatever reason. You have two choices. You make one. It doesn't matter which one you make. You have two choices. But again, Awolowo being leader of opposition was in the constitution. You have government and you have opposition. He didn't select to be in opposition. He was not elected to be government. So he accepted it. One thing he wasn't going to do at that time was to have any manner of coalition with the NPC, because he believed that the feudalism that was rampant in the North at that time, if not now, was not going to pay good dividend to the peoples of Nigeria. That the idea of a bunch of rich people, not a bunch, a handful of rich people, the feudal lords, lording it over a whole bunch of people who can only go to the mosque on Friday and beg for alms and so on and so forth. That's not the way things should go. Was it for the Lord of the North? Yes. Or if you say no, it may be for the love of Yoruba, because he will see that if Yoruba land continue to be prosperous, free education, free medical service, this, that, and otherwise, and the North continue to be a drag on Northerners, that it will not be salutary for the country called Nigeria. Whatever it was driving him, it was either going to be in alliance with NCNC and Azikiwe or be in opposition. And if you know Awolowo, very stoic, he accepted that. But Awolowo had already offended a whole bunch of people. In 1954, when they were arguing for Nigeria's independence, he wanted a federalism. He wanted a federal government. Azikiwe wanted a unitary government. When it turns out that, and then Awolowo, they eventually settled on federalism. Good. Then Awolowo wanted a secession clause in the Constitution. That is, we are independent people that got together, that were put together into a country called Nigeria. If this Nigeria we are trying to get independence for doesn't work for us, each independent people ought to be able to break away. We should have a clause in our Constitution that allows secession. Well, Azikiwe said no. The Sardana said yes. Well, because the Sardana and the British were very close, the Sardana eventually said, okay, let's not have a secession clause in the Constitution, but it doesn't mean you cannot have secession. In any case, we did not have a secession clause. Awolowo was making a lot of noise about it and got marked for doing that. Now, in any case, by 1962, Awolowo was accused of trying to topple the government of Nigeria. Anybody who knows what the military situation in Nigeria was at that time would just laugh that off. Why? The military was there, still under the command of a British guy, even after our independence. The police was there, the Nigerian police. It's true that the local governments had their local government police, but the only thing local government police could carry, even Nigerian police, if they were not the anti-riot squad, they can only carry a truncheon. The reason that there were two police colleges in Nigeria at that time. One of them was the Southern Police College in Ikeja, and there was a Northern Police College. When Awolowo went to campaign in Northern region, a whole bunch of, you can call them thugs, but they were very, very good at what they were doing because they had been trained in the Northern Police College. They don't wear police uniform. They are agents of the NPC, but they were trained in the Northern Police, in the Northern Police College. How do you protect your politicians when they go into territories that is not outside of their region, when they go to the territories outside of their region to campaign? So it was important for the action group to say, okay, let's go and have protectors. But we cannot train them. We cannot train them locally. So the action group, not Awolowo, I didn't say it didn't approve it, but it wasn't part of the design, sent some people to Ghana to go and train on defense, on how to defend politicians. The conflict within the action group about where some action group people wanted a government of national unity, Awolowo should have allowed them to join forces with Azikiwe and Sardauna so that there be no opposition and that kind of thing. That Awolowo rejected. And when I say Awolowo, I mean majority of the action group rejected, was a bone of contention in Western region. And so when he sent those people to go and when the action group sent those people to Ghana, Anthony O'Leary, Henry Obo, and a whole bunch of other people, maybe about 10 or 12 of them, how can 10 or 12 people training in Winneba come and topple the Nigerian government? No, they were being trained to provide protection for action group politicians going away from home to go and campaign. Sardauna was very unhappy. Azikiwe did not go to Northern Region to campaign against MPC. The party that he had alliance with, NEPO, Northern Element Progressive Union, was already handled by Aminu Kano. But Awolowo had an alliance with people who are not Hausa Fulani, the United Middle Belt Congress of JS Tafka. They didn't have the protection and they were harassed. In spite of that, he won 25 seats there. 25 of the seats in Northern Region were won by the action group UMBC. 8 seats were won by NCNC and NEPO in Northern Region. So the only person who got harassed campaigning there was the person who went to campaign in there, and that was Awolowo and the action group. So they put him in prison in 1962. First of all, under house arrest, then later on a trial, and all of a sudden, by September 11, the first 9/11 that I was aware of, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. And then we had a lot of crises between that, September 11, 1963. Between that, we had an election in 1965, October 11, because we were patient. We say, okay, if these people did whatever they did, if we can have another election in which we return action group to power in Western region, then not all is lost. We suffered through until October 11, 1965. But the elections were rigged. I was a counting agent, so I know what I'm talking about. So after that, the Yoruba lost hope in peaceful resolution of their challenges, and they started protesting on the streets and doing this and doing that. Then January 15, 1966, the first coup started and terminated all governments in Nigeria and replaced them by the military. And that lasted 6 months and so on. I think I should be quiet so that you can ask more questions, because I'm not very comfortable with running my mouth. Either. I need to be guided by the questions.
Thank you so much. If you are just coming in, this is Yoruba Gbode, your real source of knowledge and enlightenment. What we are talking about today is the relationship between the Igbo and Yoruba before the Civil War. And we have Chief Unaemeka Unadozie to talk. He started explaining things to us, and Baba Muye, Professor Adenira Adeboye took over. So at this point, before I want us to go home with basket full of education. with basket full of knowledge. So whatever little we are going to be able to do today, we're not going to rush it. At this point, the first thing we are going to do, I'm going to ask Chief Unaemeka if he asks any question to ask Baba Adeboye. Then I'm going to throw it to our people to ask questions about the events that happened before the Civil War. So, Baba, Chief Unaemeka, do you have any question for Baba Adeboye? Or do you have, anything, to say on something specific that he has mentioned?
Well, at this point, I don't have any question for him.
Okay.
I don't have any question for him.
Okay, to the floor. Does anybody have any question for Professor Adeniran Adeboye at this point?
Olotu.
Yes.
I'm calling yes.
Oh, okay, Amoye, I'm very sorry.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
our tradition to call the Amoyes first. Yeah.
I knew you forgot. Yeah, I mean, after the historical perspective and the lectures by Professor Adeboye, I don't have much to add, but I just want to emphasize on some things that he said. I mean, he made it clear that Yorubas before the Civil War, that's the time frame that you have given him to talk about. The Yorubas were accommodated. We had the NCNC, we had the AG. In some cities, we have more AG than NCNC. I mean, the mix, yeah, exactly. The mixture, and even in Elisha, if you remember, Baba,
yes,
there were lots of, exactly, which is why they will say Kosobondere, if you remember. So, which is why what we are saying now, it looks like this tolerance, this sense of rapport between Yorubas and whoever their guests are, has kind of led us to where we are today in Yoruba land. If you remember, I mean, I was gonna talk about what led to the coalition between Zik and Sadauna, but Baba hammered on it, how Awa and Zik were trying to come together, but in a clandestine mode, Sadauna won the game, and the opposition to the clause. If you see, if that secession clause had been embedded in our constitution, do you know how easy it would have been for the Igbos to go their way? Do you know how easy it would have been for Yorubas to go their way? But that wasn't possible then. And even before the Civil War, the Yorubas went through a lot in the hands of our brothers. It truly need to be told. We went through a lot. There was a lot of things done to the exclusion of Yorubas, where we can say that they were the people in government. They shared the federal government with Sadauna, and by extension with the NPC. But then, I mean, everything went to our brothers across the Niger. Yoruba could point to nothing as a benefit from the federal government before in that era that we are talking about. And if you look at our free primary education that Baba talked about, I'm sure tens of thousands of our brothers from the East sent their children to the West for education because it was free. They didn't have to pay. And it didn't matter then where you came from. It was free, just like other social amenities. But these days, when we meet our friends, when they try to relay the history of Nigeria before the Civil War, they don't tell the whole truth. I've never met anybody I must be frank with you, Chief Nadozie. I've never met somebody from across the Niger who has told the story of Nigeria before the Civil War in its truth and in its entirety. They always shorten it. They always say what favors them. And the way Baba put it, you can see that no, it wasn't. It wasn't the Yorubas. It wasn't the Hausas. But the most beneficiaries of Nigeria before the Civil War were our brothers from the East. And nobody can argue that. It depends on, it doesn't matter how you look at it. They benefited most from it than any other people. And nobody said anything. Nobody wailed, even when it was happening. And you will find out that even during that era, in Yoruba land, you had prominent Igbos in high offices in Yoruba land. You remember people like Dr. Eninjoku. You remember the VC in Ibadan. Baba, what's his name again?
Kenneth Dike.
Kenneth Dike. Nobody ever raised an eye. Nobody ever said anything against these people. And there were many of them. We Yorubas are accommodated. It doesn't matter what happened to us. We take it like that. But we find out that it's not the same thing when we turn around and expect things from the other side. So this is the little I want to contribute to what Baba said. I think Baba has put everything in perspective for all of us.
Thank you. Chief Nadozie, anytime anybody asks a question and you want to answer or you want to make a comment, please just let me know. You are guest, anytime you can make comments, you can talk about any question that anybody asks. So while saying that, I'm going to call.
Before you call, I want to make some modifications.
Okay.
Just short ones. The embrace that the Yorubas seem to have for people from outside Yoruba land it cuts in two places. First of all, their religion compels it. Ifa insists that there is some benefit, there's always some benefit for you if you accommodate strangers. But so accommodating strangers came naturally. That's why the palaces of our Obas are built the way they are. The Oba is also called an Oloja because the palace is surrounded by a market and there is an open place. If you go to Oyo today, you will see what I'm talking about. If you go to Gbode, to Oluwi Palace, you will see what I'm talking about. That the palaces of the Oba were also like a place where when a stranger comes, there is some place to put him or her in the market shed. And so that's there. But more importantly, let's be honest, Awolowo himself, by misadvertence, acquired animals within Yoruba country. As a lawyer, when he came back from Europe as a lawyer, the challenges in land law, the challenges between, let's say, Ilesha and Ife over land, where Ilesha was claiming land that was almost into Ife town itself. The Ooni of Ife, Oba Adesoji Aderemi, hired Awolowo as the lawyer to argue his case in court. Ife won, and that's why Ilesha became NCNC. When Awolowo now turned around later on to form the action group, who is going to support a party led by a lawyer to whom you lost your land argument with Ilefe? The same thing happened between Ondo and Idari. Chief Gabriel Akindeko of Idari hired Awolowo to argue his case over a land dispute between Ondo and Idari. Awolowo won again. And you can go all over Western region like that and see where his success as a lawyer in the 1940s became his undoing as a political leader in the 1950s. Are you with me? So it wasn't just that Yorubas were accommodating, they were also rejecting him in some places for being the lawyer to whom they lost their land dispute. I think I needed to add that so that, and finally, 1964, where I went to University of Ibadan in 1963, and I became a member of the action group, student action group. By 1964, the rubbish that was going on in Western region had ended up with us forming what you call UPGA, United Progressive Grand Alliance. The leader of the United Progressive Grand Alliance was no more than AGNCNC, something that we wanted 5 years earlier and we didn't get. So UPGA was meeting, and who are the leaders of UPGA? Michael Okpara was a premier of Eastern Region. The Midwest that was created a year before that was being led by Dennis Chukwudi Osadebe. And the meeting was holding at the Okeado residence of Obafemi Awolowo. Awolowo was in prison, but his wife was our leader, Alhaji Adegbenro, Dr. Aluko, Victor Yenuga, Professor Yenuga, Bolaigi, and a bunch of students. We met there. And we were told that the only way to frustrate the rigging that the NPC and NNA were planning was to boycott the election. So there was collaboration between Yoruba and Igbo or NCNC in 1964, where the what do you call it? The boycott was effective in Eastern Nigeria. The government had instrument to make it effective. It was effective in the Midwest, but it was not effective in Western region because the premier of Western region, Chief Akitola, was in alliance with NPC in NNA, Nigerian National Alliance. So principally, by December 1964, and I'm going to have to dramatize this, when the boycott, there were 5 premiers. I mean, there were 5 premiers or 4 premiers and 1 prime minister. When they met, the NNA said the results would stand as they were. There were only 2 premiers, Okpara and Osadebe. 2 out of 5, you don't win. Azikiwe jumped out as the Governor General of, in fact, he was president at that time, he was no longer Governor General, and said that he was not going to appoint the prime minister, reappoint him. And then it turns out he didn't have the power to appoint or not appoint because the military head of the head of the military government at that time, an Englishman, told him that, if you don't reappoint the prime minister, he can remove you as president, put somebody else he wants in there that will appoint him as prime minister because he had the power. And that's how Azikiwe had to pipe down and let the Sadana and Abubakar and co have their way, because the alternative was that there's no way for you. So that kind of collaboration, even though it didn't reach fruition, it did say that we were working toward what? We were working toward an Igbo-Yoruba accommodation in politics. But that was truncated by January 15, 1966.
Thank you. So the that was the coup, right?
That was the coup, the first coup.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to call Alaji Muminu Badmos to ask his question. Sir, you are on. I'm trying to see if we can see your face, but if we can't see your face, well, we take it like that. We will look for your face
to get my face on. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe on this one here. Let me.
Okay.
I've not seen Egbon for a long time, so I want him to see my face too.
Okay.
I'm having okay.
You can see your face now.
Okay, so there are two login.
Yes, that's right.
What is the second one? Is the second one?
Can you see my face now?
Yeah, I think some people see your face, but I cannot because I'm on the one that say Mumini Badmos. So what is the second one? Another Badmos, right?
Mumini's iPad.
Can you see me now?
Mumini's iPad.
Okay. Okay.
Can you see it now?
I'm trying to bring it out. Okay. I see Mumin. Okay.
It says iPad.
Okay. I'm going to. Okay. You are here. Yeah. Even though the light.
Thank you very much. And I have to also take our.
Please try to mute one of them. You can't unmute the two devices.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now.
And mute the other one that is Mumini Badmos. Yes.
Okay, I did.
Okay,
go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for this program, man.
Yes, sir.
I have to thank. Okay. I left the other one now completely.
Okay.
Babawa Adeboye, thank you very much. As usual, you went into the history. In fact, I will call you a historian, not a mathematician again. It was well detailed, sir.
Historian mathematician.
Historian mathematician. We always appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
You put everything in perspectives and in details. And I really appreciate that. And that's what you always do for us, your students. And God will continue to give you that knowledge, sir.
Sure.
And so that you'll be able to pass it over to us in details. You've been teaching us, but we'll grab it by the grace of God. The thing I want to ask is this. And that would be, hello, sir.
I'm listening to you.
Everybody all over the world. I have people from Saudi Arabia, from Japan, from Canada. So everybody's hearing you, not only Baba.
Okay, that would be to my friend, our friend, Mr. Inadoze, right?
Yes.
That's right. Go ahead.
This is just what is happening now. That a lot of us, the Igbo area, and I have a lot of Igbo friends. My best friend today, Ignatius Ajemba, I went for his home warming recently. He lives in US there. And I went to Anambra and I asked him, he was on the line before too, and he left because he said he has other things to do. And I was telling him, I said, oh, I need to get a plot here too. And he told me, they will not allow you. So the question I want to make is this, that why is it that we are more accommodating in the West here by allowing others to come and settle with us and mingle with us and live as a family, but we don't have that privilege or opportunity in the eastern part of Nigeria, even if even among those of us that are interested in taking advantage of it, so that at least, because if the eastern part is open to everybody, we will not be having a lot of issue that we're having now, whereby some areas are saying that, well, we're accommodating, but the other area is pushing everybody away. To the extent of even some people are saying they cannot even get a shop over there in the east. Could you please tell us why, and if this is going to change, even when we have the federation or federalism or whatever that we are thinking about, that everybody will, but we still need to work together and trade together. But the way things are going now is one-sided. Please.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what Mr. Badmus said, is it Badmus, right? Mumini, am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it's a fact that the Igbos are not very accommodating, because let me tell you one thing. In my father's house, where we have Onibo publishers. They are using my daddy's warehouse as their eastern area office since 1982. They've been there up to now. They are still there. And I will say that I have not seen anybody from the West coming to say he want to buy land in the East, and nobody sold land to him. All the coppers I knew that have been doing their youth service in Igbo land always say that, I mean, the coppers from the Yoruba land, they always say that they were well treated, welcomed by the community. Igbos don't treat Yorubas bad at all. From my experience so far, using Onibo as an example, they've been in my dad's house in 1982 to today. They're into publishing and selling off a book to secondary schools. They have been there. They have even learned to speak Igbo language. So I would say we are very, very accommodating, because I'll give you another example again. My dad and the late Oni of Ife, when he was in the Oni, in the 60s, they were working with Gbode together. My father worked with Gbode with the late chief, the former Oni of Ife. They were there together, and they decided to move and form, introduce this Russian automobile company called Wateko, with office at Constant. My dad said he did a party for that, for the Oni, and then, that time the Russian people came to do trade fair in Nigeria, advertising their vehicle. And my father hosted a party for them at Federal Palace Hotel, bringing Oni and the late chief Dudu Soro, and that company was brought into Nigeria. My dad became the Eastern region sales rep, while Chief Dudu Soro was in charge of Lagos. So they were relating very, very, very well. I have never seen Yorubas in Igbo area saying nobody treated them well so far. I have never seen. It may just be a stereotype that people are just using it as a kind of way to judge Igbo people, that Igbo people are not very, very welcoming. I will say what led to this urban rural drift for people moving from the east to Lagos is because none of the ports in the southeastern zone is working, because I think it was a deliberate attempt not to be sending vessels to Calabar, Port Harcourt, Warri. The federal government made it as a kind of policy that is only Lagos port that will be having vessels. If they have diversified and made Port Harcourt seaport viable, Calabar seaport viable, you will see people moving so much from the east to Lagos. It will make the southeastern economy to become very, very viable. Even up to, as I speak now, Port Harcourt seaport doesn't receive vessels. Calabar is still the same thing. That's why you see Igbo people moving to Lagos, because we have a seaport at the international airport. That's where things happen. You see, the Civil War ended in 1970, and as we speak now, there is no federal government international airport in the southeast, and there is no seaport that is working in the southeast. So people see it as a deliberate attempt to starve the southeastern Nigeria of economic viability. So that's why people who come to Lagos, they buy land, they invest. If the area is well developed, the seaport is working, and there's an international airport, those areas will also flourish. And you see, you're about to like to come and buy land, because if you come and buy land, where is the seaport? Where is the airport to make things happen? So that's where I look at it. Igbos are very, very accommodating.
Let's take more questions because we still have the other part to talk about.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Alagba Chris Gbode, what is your question?
Thank you.
No three questions today.
Olotu, please let me thank you, Chief. Is it Agapitos?
Yes.
Okay, Chief Agapitos Nadozie.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. I listened to you intently. And I also thank Professor Adeboye for what he has said. I have some observation from your comment, that first comment. You mentioned something about Awolowo, and that he wasn't ready to work with the Igbos. He wasn't ready to work for, as a Nigeria collectively, and something that he went and they charged him for, that he wanted to torpedo the government. Yeah. Now you also mentioned that there is no seaport in the east. That's why the Igbos. That's why the Igbos, they troop to Lagos, they troop to so many areas and so on. I have these observations. In the first one, when we mentioned NCNC, I was young, or in those days in the 50s, I wasn't born anyway. But I read history. And I saw that NCNC was formed by Abat Macaulay. And Abat Macaulay was a Yoruba man. And this NCNC was also well grounded in Yoruba land. And when Abat Macaulay was away or was out of it, handed over to Zik, because Zik was already popular in Yoruba land.
And was also the secretary.
Yeah.
In other words, Zik was well accepted, to the extent that he even wanted to contest as the premier of Yoruba land. I believe you know that history more than me.
Yes.
Now, if somebody is well accepted in a land that is a stranger, how come that people are still accusing those people, the host communities, as being hostile to them? That's my first one. The second one, the Yoruba, they always accommodate. And me, I'm a Yoruba person to the core. And on this program, I always accuse the Yoruba that we are too Mugunized with all the way we entertain, all the way we accommodate. I'm a Christian. Bible says there's a time for everything under the sun. There's a time to embrace, and there's a time not to embrace. The Yoruba don't know the time not to embrace. We embrace at all times, because we have this religion, like Professor Adeboye said, Ifa encouraged that we should be accommodating strangers. The Christian religion also said we should be accommodating strangers, because in entertaining strangers, you don't know when you are going to entertain somebody that will be of help to you. And I also know in Islam is the same thing. Those are three major religions that the Yoruba embrace. And I believe all these things form a good part of our habit, of the way we interact with others. Now, having said all this, when Zik and Awolowo, they were together for some time, do the Igbos, do they realize, or do they know the significance of the British role in everything that is called Nigeria as of today? Because from what I read in the history, pre-independence, Awolowo and Zik, they wanted to work together, but the British people, being cunning, and everybody knows, so it's not an open thing, it's not a secret thing. They went with the North. because they've already placed the North over us because of what I call an agenda that they have. Are we not realizing, do the Igbo not realizing that the enmity or perceived enmity between the Igbo and the Yoruba is caused by these British imperialists who just want to maintain the hegemony of these northern people to dominate us. That's why they always create suspicion among the Igbos and the Yorubas, because when we look at it, the Igbos don't have any reason to be against the Yoruba. Out of all the tribes in Nigeria, it is the Yoruba that are most accommodating to the Igbo. I've never heard of one instance that there was quarrel between the Igbo and the Yoruba on Yoruba ground. Are the Igbos not seeing it that this thing is the handiwork of these British colonial masters, that they cause perpetual enmity between the Igbo and the Yoruba? That's the second one. You say there's no seaport in the east. That's why the Igbos troop to Lagos. But the Hausas don't have seaport over there. The Kanuris, they don't have seaport over there. But why are those people not trooping to Lagos? So if you are saying that because there's no seaport, that is why some region, they move to another region that accommodate them. And there shouldn't be any hostility between them because there's none. Why are we still suspecting others? That's my third point. Then the fourth point, the final point, sorry for this one. When we look at it, I don't know much about history of pre-colonial time, pre-independence time, like Papa Adeboye has told us here. But I can see a lot of things. From history, I've not seen the Yoruba and the Igbo cooperating. If you ask me instances, we were told that people were waiting at Asaba because they agreed to meet at Asaba, Igbo and Yoruba. But while the Yorubas went to Asaba to wait, the Igbos were already in Kaduna with the northern people to form an alliance. And now if we look at all the elections in Nigeria that I'm aware of, Awolowo picked Philip Umyadi as the running mate some time ago.
Yeah,
the Igbos, they hardly voted for him. Even though Awolowo picked one of them, they didn't vote for him. This man that died, MK Wabiola, he didn't pick a Yoruba man, but he picked a Kanuri man as a running mate. We all saw the way all over Nigeria they voted for him, but the vote of the Igbos is not the same thing. Now, in the recent election also, we know the story of Tinubu very well, how Tinubu even prefer Igbos in his government when he was governor of Lagos State, and even up to today. How come that even when he was seeking election, this man could not even have 1% in the entire Igbo land? Then what is to me, I don't understand the whole thing when we say there's a relationship between Igbo and Yoruba. The two of this Igbo and Yoruba should have the best rapport because they are always together and they have been living in peace together. That's my opinion. I think the Igbos and the Yoruba should be the best of friends in Nigeria. But unfortunately, I see the Igbos allying, if there's any word like that, allying with the North. We shouldn't be, to me. So please, can you just explain some of these things to me? Because I do not really understand the whole thing, why there's suspicion, where there shouldn't be. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you for all the issues that you raised. I would like you to know that there is what we call some biases and some stereotypes. I will let you know that in Nigeria today, there have been a lot of inter-ethnic marriage between the Igbos and the Yorubas more than the Igbos, more than between the Igbos and the North. So geographically we are close to each other in terms of proximity. We are very close to each other. And then in terms of being industrious, we have similar things in that area. You may recall that Obasanjo also said that anywhere you go, not only in Nigeria, but outside the world, you don't see an Igbo man. He said, go away from that place. That place is not a good place for you to stay. I did mention that lack of viable seaports in the East was one of the factors that made the Igbo people to migrate to Lagos. Not only seaport, also airport too. These things, the Ikeja International Airport and the Chicken and Papa Seaport was a major federal government investment in Lagos that made not only the Igbo, but other ethnic groups to migrate to Lagos a lot, you know. And then you did mention that Awolowo, he said I mentioned that Awolowo did not want to liaise with the alliance. You know, those things are just politics. Anybody can choose anybody to align with. It doesn't mean that they should become political enemies. Namda used to say that in politics there's no permanent enemy, but what they have is permanent interest. I also recall that whenever Obasanjo ran for the presidency under PDP, PDP won in all the southeastern states except Anambra. The Igbos voted for Obasanjo so much. He won first term, second term. That's why I have more PDP governors in the southeast. It's only the APGA that won in Anambra. So if Igbos don't like to vote for Yorubas, why did they vote for Obasanjo? You know. So what was the next thing that you mentioned again? Can you remind me again about the next thing that you mentioned? So
The Igbo and the Yoruba realized that all these things going on are the works of this British imperialists.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I would say that the preponderance of the North over the South was a weapon of the colonial masters. They even manipulated the census that they did, the first census and the second one, always making sure that the North always has this preponderance over the Southwest and the Southeast. Because I don't believe that they are more in number. Up to now, I don't believe Nigeria has had a very correct census up to now. I don't think so. If you have to do it nicely with honesty, I don't think the Hausa Fulani are more in number, but it was a clear-cut out plan by the British colonial masters to always make them be as if they are more in number. You know, that's why today they are still in control of things. And when these things are happening, it's always making the Igbos and the Yorubas to always be a kind of being apart on so many issues. So that was what the colonial masters made. And their masters, they were the experts in this kind of game. They used divide and rule to make us to be apart. So it's not the fault of the Igbos and the Yorubas. Otherwise, how can you? Yeah.
Okay, so let's maybe when we do the other part,
okay,
maybe we will be able to hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I would suggest that we move to the other part, that the real issue during the Civil War, especially because, to tell the truth, a lot of our people from the East, the Igbos, they blame the Civil War on Yoruba people a lot. I hear that a lot. So we want to hear the history. So can you tell us the story of the Civil War and how the Yoruba people got involved to that extent? And then after you, then Baba Adeboye will talk to us. Yes, sir.
Yeah, talking about the Civil War, I personally do not blame the Yorubas that they're ones saying, I mean, the Igbo people, said the Igbo people are saying that the Yorubas are the ones that caused the Civil War. No, what really caused the Civil War have two causes: the remote cause and the immediate cause. The remote cause of that Civil War was the crisis in the Western government that led to the death of Akintola. And then another one was corruption in the government then. Major Kaduna Nzogu, who was the leader of that coup, was the one that struck in the north. And remember Ojukwu then was I think he was the governor of Kaduna, and the Agironsi was the GOC of Nigeria and the head of state. So the army officers that did that war, their plan was even to bring Awolowo back to the government. That was their plan. So, but when the plan failed and the coup was foiled by Ojukwu, and Ojukwu was the one that foiled that coup. Then Ironsi was already killed, and a lot of politicians were killed. And then that was what led to the war, the cleansing of the Igbo and other things, plus what happened in the West. Akintola was killed. And the Igbos were massacred a lot in the North, and the Ojukwu has to declare that civil war. The only place that the Yoruba name was mentioned was after the Aburi Accord. After the Aburi Accord, there was also a that was said that Awolowo and Ojukwu had an agreement that if Ojukwu declared Biafra, Awolowo would declare Oduduwa Republic. So, having gone to the Aburi and they signed the Aburi Accord to bring about a confederation, back to what Baba said that Awolowo was always fighting for Nigeria to have a confederation. That was what they signed in Aburi. So they came back. Why didn't the Gowon introduce, implement what was signed in Aburi? And then why did suddenly Awolowo accept to be the vice president and then accept to be the finance minister? And then they started giving Gowon an idea of how to find a war blocking East from food supplies, changing the currency. You know, that was where the only place I saw that they mentioned Awolowo, who is also a Yoruba. Otherwise, they were not the one that caused the civil war. What caused the civil war was the killing of Sardauna and then Akintola, and I mean, so that there was corruption in the system, and then the killing of the Igbos in the north, and the Ojukwu has to declare Biafra, and then the war started. It was not the Yorubas that said it, but their name was dragged in when they saw the part Awolowo played, you know, accepting to be the vice president and to become the finance minister. And what happened at the end of the war, how Awolowo, the finance minister, said that every Igbo person, no matter how much you have in the bank, be given only 20 pounds. My father told me he lost £1 million in one of the Nigerian banks, and he only started with 20 pounds. Every Igbo man told he said that this is a wealthy man started with only 20 pounds, and that was Awolowo's policy as a finance minister. That was the only place they mentioned the Yoruba issue. Otherwise, the real cost of the war was not caused by the Yorubas.
Okay, let me ask this question. There was a man, Benjamin the Scorpion. I remember when he passed away, I read a lot of things that our people from the East was saying about him. What do you think happened? What is your view? What is the history that you think might have led to, you know, causing him after he died?
Yeah, what I know about Benjamin Adekunle alias Scorpion was that he was in the federal troop, and I also heard that his wife is from Igbo. I don't know whether that is true. And I also heard that Benjamin Adekunle was also a close ally to the Ojukwu, that he used to give him information, you know, against the federal troops. That was what I heard, that even as the war was going on, he had a good relationship with Ojukwu. He was giving him good information, and he was a very good friend of Ojukwu. That's what I know about Benjamin Adekunle.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah. So, Baba Professor Adeniran Adeboye, so I'm going to allow you, sir, to tell us the history or the story about the Civil War and how it affected both Igbo and Yoruba.
Yep. Thank you very much, Olotu. Let me just say this up front. Nigeria should normally belong to all Nigerians. All of it. Every ethnic nationality. If we had maintained a federation in which everybody was able to take care of his or our own local needs, and federal government was merely a coordinating government, not a unitary government, we wouldn't have the problem we have now. I'm an Awoist, so I'm not hiding my feelings about that, but I'm an Awoist only because the history of the world tells us that when you have that much diversity, you cannot have a unitary arrangement. Now, nothing that I say about Nigeria should ever mean that today Igbo and Yoruba do together, tomorrow Igbo and Hausa to go. No. Nigeria belongs to us all, and if we were really functioning without arrogance, no government in Nigeria will mean a loss to any of its ethnic nationalities. None. That much said, when the coup was carried out on January 15, 1966, a whole bunch of allegations were made by the coup planners. Among them was that the Nigerian government of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was corrupt and that they were killing corrupt people. That was the excuse for killing Okotie-Eboh. But Okotie-Eboh was not the only person accused of corruption in the Nigerian government. Indeed, the Minister of Transport, Raymond Amanze Njoku, was accused of that. Kenneth Ozumba Mbadiwe was accused of that. Jaja Wachuku was accused of that. Aja Nwachuku was accused of that. So that the notion of corruption rang hollow when of all the people accused of corruption, only one of them, mentioned his name a few minutes ago, Festus Okotie-Eboh, was killed for that purpose. Now, when you are talking about misgovernment, you are looking at a number of premiers, 4 of them, and 1 prime minister. There are 2 premiers that were of Igbo origin, Dennis Osadebe, Michael Okpara. There was no evidence of coup in that part of the world. And yet the coup leader was what? From that section. So I don't know the truth, but the appearance wasn't good. When we are talking about whether the coup was one-sided, whether it was aimed at achieving a political objective rather than a national objective. That's the way it was. Now, there were the military governor of Western Region, his name was Fadui, and the administrator of Lagos was Mobalaji Johnson, and a number of other people in the so-called federal military government that was headed by Agui Ronsi. We all knew that Awolowo's imprisonment was political, not criminal. And they started arguing for the man to be released from prison. If you frustrate the coup of those people who say that Awolowo was the person they wanted to release, if you don't find anything wrong for Awolowo, and Awolowo wrote a letter to Agui Ronsi, by the way, making a case for his release. Well, it never happened. Indeed, when Adekunle Fajuyi raised the issue in the Federal Military Council, Agbironsi said to him, Francis, that's what he called him, because it was Francis Adekunle Fajuyi, I have told you not to raise that issue with me anymore. So Awolowo, just by dint of hard work and whatever he had done for us over a period between 1952 and 1966, without him, we felt lost. And if a government was coming in that was supposed to clean up the debris of misgovernment, we were looking up to that. Rather than do that, a decree, Awolowo wasn't released, and a decree making Nigeria a unitary government. By April of 1966, they had abolished the regions and turned them into groups of provinces, Western group of provinces, and so on and so forth, so that every power was now flowing from Lagos, from, I don't want to say Lagos, from the federal government. So that alienated a number of people north and west. But if you didn't release Awolowo, who had been put in prison under false charges, if Azikiwe, who was his contemporary politically, was enjoying freedom all over Nigeria, in spite of the fact that the government that he was president of had been toppled by these people, what in the world is in there for us to, and I may tell you this, I was a member of the Nigerian Cadet Force in my high school, Government College Ibadan. I could not get into the Nigerian Army because the NCNC MPC coalition government was already for Yoruba people to join the army. So Yoruba did not have anybody outside of the Army Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Medical Service, and all of that. Any gunner, anybody who was going to carry a gun, we did not get in there if we were not already there before independence. So everything seemed to me, from the north, from the west, they crowd us in and disenfranchise us. And that's essentially frightening for the following reason. In 1949, Jaja Wachuku said, and it's written, and you can Google it, that Lagos is no man's land. 1949. In 1948, I will say whatever he said, but the same 1949, Daddy Oyeyama said that the domination of Nigeria, indeed Africa, by the Igbo race is a question of time. When you have all of those things piling up, and you have the only leader that has ever done you any good, or the leadership, or the leader of the leadership that has ever done your people any good, in prison, and then the corrective government will not let him out. You can see what happened when there was a counter coup. And of course, the counter coup people were smart. The same Supreme Military Council where Fajuyi and co were begging for Awolowo to be released and was turned down. Well, Gawon attended all those military circles, was the, what do you call it, Chief of Staff, Nigerian Army. The first thing he did was to sign the release of Awolowo from prison. So he signed the release. He took over power on August 1st. By August 4th, we were at Ikeja meeting Awolowo, transported from Calabar. So you can see to whom we, Yoruba people, will be grateful. But grateful or not, we couldn't support, then you have all this problem in which the North was vengefully killing people, in northern region, pogrom, bloodshed, everything, and then all graduating toward a civil war. let it be eminently clear, there's record of this also, and I have it, that as the war cries were going on before the war itself, the Gbode, the preparation for war, in May 1967, every ethnic nationality now had leaders of thought. The Eastern Nigeria had leaders of thought. The Western Nigeria had leaders of thought. The leaders of thought in Western Nigeria included Awolowo, Richard Akijide, and a whole bunch of other people. They were meeting in Ibadan in 1967, and they declared Awolowo the leader of the Yoruba. These are NCNC, NNDP, BBB, all kinds of different political parties now choosing Awolowo to be their voice in any negotiations that will bring peace to Nigeria, that will prevent war. I hope everybody is listening to me because these are all recorded. So Awolowo, what did he do with his leadership of Yoruba? Without any military backing, and he had none, he said, and I quote, "If by any act of omission or commission, Eastern Nigeria is allowed to go, the West will follow." That's what he said. Unquote. I was in that was my last, I think I was working at Ibadan Boys High School at that time. I finished at UI. Now, Yakubu Gowon called the secretary to the government to his office. What is this man saying? I mean, what does your Kilibabayin so? What is he saying? Who was the secretary to the federal government? Stanley Olabode Way, the brother of Commodore Way. He said, well, the reason they think is Awolowo was his baba is because his mother their mother was Yoruba, their father was from the Rivers area. He said, well, act of commission is when you say we don't need Igbos there, you push them away. Act of omission is when they want to go away and you don't try to negotiate. Because there cannot be a Nigeria anymore if a piece of it was allowed by omission or commission to get away. Then what does your Baba want us to do about it? So we're asking. So Baba said he wanted to go to Enugu to meet with Ojukwu. So now they said, we'll go with you. Well, wherever I ever lived, delegation was chosen. It included the former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Sade Tokunbo Ademola, the Professor of Economics, Dr. Samuel Aluko. It included about 3 or 4 others that I don't remember, but they were all from Southwest. To go to Ojukwu and say, oh my God, I'm speaking about. Let's sit down and see what can be done. So he met with the Eastern Nigeria Consultative Assembly in daylight, and they listened to him politely. He spent the night there. They housed him in some place. And Ojukwu knew where they housed Awolowo. Ojukwu is a Yoruba boy, or he was. He grew up in Lagos. Yoruba may be better than mine. In the middle of the night, he went to Awolowo's hotel room and said, Baba, Atilo, don't blame me for anything that happens or fails to happen. The Consultative Assembly has already decided that we are gone, that we are breaking away, that Eastern Nigeria is breaking away. Now, what did the Awolowo see? During the day, Ojukwu and his people showed Awolowo all the preparation for war that they, well, at least enough of it to convince Awolowo that they were ready, that Eastern Nigeria was preparing to break away. And Awolowo argued against it and said, no, it's going to be bloody, it's this, it's that, it's that. None of us has anything to confront the federal government at this point. Why don't we just do this? So where did the Igbo get the idea that Awolowo promised to break away if East broke away? It's nonsensical. Late Dr. Professor Sam Aluko documented everything. I mean, the document of the thing is here. There was no such negotiation. There was nothing that Awolowo didn't promise anything like that. He was only begging that we shouldn't be plunged into a war. He failed. Upon failing, I can say it now, Awolowo and Ojukwu had telephone numbers of each other and talked before the war. And Awolowo told him point blank that he cannot follow Biafra. He cannot follow, he didn't call it Biafra at that time because it hadn't happened. He cannot, Western Nigeria and Lagos cannot follow the lead of Eastern Nigeria in breaking away. Awolowo was also very jealous of the Midwest because that was part of his domain his domain when he was premier. And a number of peace meetings were even held in Asaba, and except that Ojukwu don't even come to Benin. But the point I'm making is that Awolowo couldn't start a war if he wanted one. He had no military. So he swore Ojukwu into an agreement that any war that broke out, the Midwest, West, and Lagos will be left out of it. And he got Gawan to agree to the same thing, so that any confrontation will be between the North and the East. You know, Yakubu Gawan agreed to that. Ojukwu agreed to that. Why did Ojukwu come to the Midwest and then go to Ore? And then all of a sudden, we are being invaded and we had no defenses. If you have no defenses and you are being invaded, whatever step was taken after that is a defense, is steps you take to defend yourself, not to offend, not to frustrate, not so much to frustrate Biafra. That wasn't the original intention, but to protect yourself or your people. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned all of that because it's important. We were not, Yoruba were not fighting against the North. They were not fighting for the North either. They were fighting to protect themselves. They wanted a settlement. Now, when you come to Aburi, which you mentioned, Aburi was in Ghana, and all the people who went to Aburi, except for secretaries to the government, were military people. Awolowo wasn't there. I tell you who was there as a secretary to the government. Solomon Akenzua, who later became Oba of Benin. When Ankara was the military head of Ghana, when Ankara had gotten them to agree on something, put it on paper, whatever they agreed to, whatever they put on paper, Ojukwu was still going to go to Eastern Nigeria and say, this is what I was able to get at the meeting in Aburi. Can you approve it? Gawan was also going to go back to his own. There were two organs running the federal government. There is the Supreme Military Council. That's what went to Aburi. There is the Federal Executive Council. That's what was running Nigeria under Gawan. So he had to bring that to the Federal Executive Council. But who was the Federal Executive Council? Permanent secretaries in the various ministries of the federal government. Among them, I can mention Solomon Akenzua. I can mention Stanley Olabode. I can mention a whole body. It is the Federal Executive Council that said no to whatever Gowon brought to them. Well, they could say, no, Gowon could go ahead and do whatever he wanted to do, but that's not the way it was functioning. The Federal Military Council was for protection, for holding government in position. Federal Executive Council, that's a different story. They were the ones running the government. And at that time, if people will remember, Awolowo was the Commissioner for Finance and the chairman of the, not the chairman, vice chairman of the Federal Executive Council. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that he had no more say about that because he was running the government, the non-military part of government. That's what he was running. That was what he was participating in running. In the same Executive Council, while Anthony Nahoro, Commissioner for Information and Labor, the same was Okoye Aripo. In the same as, I'm not necessarily going to be able to mention all names, but I can see the faces that I can see as I'm sitting here, they don't have anything to do with the throw weight of Abuja Accord. So why would somebody turn around and say Awolowo didn't play a leadership role or didn't make Gowon live up to Aburi? He had no way of making Gowon live up to anything. The only reason that Gowon respected him or anything like that was because the Ministry of Finance was doing well. He was running a good game of whatever. What was the name of the... Anyway, let me just stop there. I wanted us to know, well, if you are hurting, and if there is an appearance of blame anywhere, you blame somebody. But we need the truth, not the appearance. Because it is the appearance that people take away and use to propagandize, like Okoko in them. They propagandize with appearance. The truth must come out. If it doesn't come out, we continue to suffer forever. It's the truth that we need. I want contradictions of what I'm saying by anybody who knows differently. The problem is the problem or the benefit that I think I carry is that I was in Lagos. I was a mature man. I was a university graduate and all of that stuff. When all of these things happened, I was following them every day with the newspaper, and then I got in trouble. I got in jail when I contradict the government. But I can see I can see how one could easily take seeming truth and convert it into truth and use it to behave one way when it doesn't even have any truth to it. Thank you.
So, Baba, what about Benjamin the Scorpion?
Benjamin Adekunle, he came into the scene because of Ore.
Okay.
The report that we got was that when they took over Benin City, when the Biafran took over Benin City, all of the areas around Benin City were being ransacked by troops from the east. That's the report that people got. And when I say ransacked, sometimes young girls and women were the victims of that. So when they moved on from there to Ore, in the direction of Ore, and the same kind of behavior was being reported, and the Yoruba had no military to help them. They rapidly created what they call the 3rd Infantry Division, that was later on named the 3rd Marine Commando. They recruited Yoruba boys. One of them was my cousin, and he died there. They recruited Yoruba boys in large numbers, gave them 2 or 3 weeks training, and put them in the war front. But they wouldn't allow any of the northern commanders to command them because they were afraid. So they wouldn't go unless the person that was commanding them was a Yoruba like them. And that's how Adekunle became the leader of the 3rd Infantry Division. Adekunle then did whatever he had to do, and they were able to push. I mean, it's not like the Biafran troops in Ore were the finest trained people in the world. That they were also rapidly recruited. I mean, it's not like they had been in the military for 100 years or something like that. No. So whatever disadvantage the Yoruba boys had, the other people didn't necessarily have an overwhelming advantage that they couldn't be pushed back, and they were. And they pushed beyond Benin, and pushed beyond Agbo, pushed beyond Useruku, pushed beyond Asaba. In other words, they were very successful in comparative terms. And then the military, the Navy. The Navy was headed by Commodore Way, Akinwale Way. So they planned something they call amphibious landing. The Nigerian Air Force, Alao, and other people, they were going to bomb and scrape Port Harcourt. They were going to bomb and scrape Port Harcourt and put Adekunle and his people in the Nigerian naval ship, NNS Nigeria, where Olabode Way and co will now take the troops. As you bomb Port Harcourt coming from the sea, you drive the Biafran troops away from Port Harcourt, and you are able to land. You are able to land the troops that are in Akinwale Way's ship into Port Harcourt land. In other words, that's what they call amphibious landing at that time. That's what they did. Of course, who is going to be more prominent? The Air Force that bombed it, the Navy that delivered the troops, or the troops themselves that after they land? Of course, it's the troops that landed. That's how this guy, I mentioned his name just now. That's how he became famous.
Adekunle.
Adekunle, that's how he became famous. He became famous because he was heading the land troops that were put in Port Harcourt, and now they could go in all kinds of directions to Muahia, to Aba, to other. I mean, it's obvious that they were going to be more popular or more notorious, depending on your point of view, than the other people that facilitated their landing. I was still in Nigeria at that time. I mean, I didn't leave until 1969. So I'm just saying, what else do you want to know about Adekunle? I never even met him.
Yeah, it's just there's so much things that were going on when he died, and he did this, he did that, and you have cleared the hair. We know.
Well, there's something else I should say about him. This is the first I'm hearing that his wife was Yoruba and that he, his wife was
Igbo.
And that he shared information with Ojukwu that were important. Is that what our guest said?
Yes.
I don't know, and if it is, I don't know. I don't rule it out, because if you are married from among a group of people, even if you weren't married to them, there's only so much pain that you can watch people suffer and not be empathetic. One of the punishments that Awolowo got that was undeserving, every time they liberated a piece, the Nigerian troops liberated a piece of Biafra, Awolowo took federal money and gave it to whoever was appointed the administrator of that person. He did some of these things underhandedly. He didn't, when I say underhandedly, he could stand up if they accused him, but he did not present it to the Federal Executive Council. He made himself the dispenser of funds so that there was always money, or money was targeted at relieving people of the pain they had gone through before liberation. And the reason he was able to do it, Awolowo was the only member of the Federal Executive Council that wasn't military who actually visited Biafra during the war. I'm saying during the war. In other words, we liberate a place and he will go there to see what has happened there. So to turn around and then accuse him of something unkind was not true. Not only was it not true, he was so confident that Nigeria would make it after the war that he wanted to make sure that he was the author of no victor, no vanquished. He was the author of that before, but he wasn't the one who announced it because he wasn't the head of government. But the point I'm making is, yes, one thing they said about him, and it is true, but it is misinterpreted. The international community did not want to see Biafran people starving to death and all of that stuff. So they wanted to supply food and medicine as the war was going on. Among the people who did that was the Roman Catholic Church, Rome itself, the Vatican. They approached Gawan, and Gawan said, okay, if the plane is marked belonging to Rome, to the Vatican, his military people will be instructed to let the plane go where it's going to land and deliver food and medicine. But communication wasn't that great in Nigeria. By the time that they were actually landing this food and medicine, quote and unquote, some of the military boys shooting their toy guns had not learned that Gawan did not want a certain planes shot if they were marked caritas. Caritas in Latin means love. It was coming directly from Rome. Well, they shot one of those down, and he was not carrying food and medicine. He was carrying arms and ammunition. He was not carrying, and it took international effort to prevent Gawan from making that a big case. That the Roman Catholic Church was involved in sabotaging. I mean, he would negotiate one thing and do another. I'm not saying that the Roman Catholic Church did it all. I'm sure that some tacticians in Biafra may also have thought through how to use market plane caritas that is carrying arms and ammunition to them. It's possible. I mean, why not? I mean, they want to survive, so any trick would do. But that's not the problem. All the food, and I can be corrected on this one, all the food that was going to Biafra was not taking care of ordinary Biafran people. The food was being used to feed soldiers and some privileged people. The regular everyday Biafran, if we believe the figures of that time, 14 million people, we are not getting the food. And every time that Awolowo went to liberated areas, there was no evidence that people had been fed anything other than what they were scratching off the ground. If they were, I don't want to go into details of that. So he said that if we continue this war and we continue to let food be delivered to these people, and the food always ends up in the army and the privileged people, the war will never end. More and more people will be killed. So why don't we just take 1 month in which we don't allow any supply of food at all to anybody? That way, the military doesn't get fed. And if they don't get fed, then they cannot fight. And then we are going to be able to get a peace talk. And you'll be starving people. You say, well, look, I don't know what other weapon you have to stop this war. So, and nobody says that if you are in war with another group of people, that you should also facilitate their eating. Of course, by the time it got to the public, Awolowo said starvation is a legitimate weapon of war. Well, it's a correct interpretation if you like, but it's what is behind it. What is behind it was to reduce the number of people dying, or not to facilitate the number of people resisting. That's all.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you so much. There's a question here, but before I read that question, I want to take this opportunity to pay homage to my Baba, Kábíyèsí Akínlá, Kẹ̀pẹ́ Kádépẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, mo forí balẹ̀ fún orí adé, ẹ kú àtìlẹ́yìn wa, ẹ kò wá jẹ̀pẹ́. Kábíyèsí o. I also want to recognize somebody very, very important also, and that is Professor Akin Alao. Professor Akin Alao is a great historian from University of Ife. That is not all. Professor Akin Alao is also the biographer to our late Baba. And if I can remind all of us again, yesterday was the anniversary of 1 year of the passing away of Aláàfin Ọba Adéyẹmí Àtàndá Alówólódù bí ìyèrè, èèyàn tó sùn létí ń bara ẹ̀ lẹ́rù. Kí Ọlọ́run kó dẹlẹ̀ fún bàbá. Àná, yesterday, made it 1 year that we miss Baba. Baba Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ is, I'm not going to say was, I don't use was for important people when they pass. Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ is very, very important to Yoruba Gbode. Baba was on our program more than once, and we miss, and I have taken opportunity to talk to him several times. We miss Baba. So the reason why Professor Akin Alao just came in is because they are working on the memorial program, 1 year anniversary of Baba, and Professor Akin Alao has been very, very busy. Professor Akin Alao is not a stranger in Yoruba Gbode. He has been here several times. And anytime we wanted to catch a big fish, it was the net that we used several times to help us to catch the big fish. So Professor Alao is here. Baba Bankole, I see you, I'm going to call you. But because the weather is bad in the area where Professor Alao is, I wanted to give him an opportunity to talk. He knows the topic. So if he can just talk to us, since he's with us now, I refer Tale is an opportunity to hear him talk about this important topic. Professor Akin Alao.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Professor.
Good evening, distinguished elders and fellow compatriots. It is a great pleasure for me to join you to discuss this very important topic. And I also want to seize this opportunity to thank the convener of this forum for recognizing the legendary position of Ikuba Bayeye, Oba Lamidi Olaiwola Adeyemi III. Baba went to join the ancestors exactly a year ago yesterday, and we are making preparations to commemorate his passing. So we want to thank you, Ma, for what you are doing for Yoruba land and for carrying on. I equally want to thank our Baba, Professor Adeboye, for your views on the Nigerian Civil War. Let me seize this opportunity also to say a few things and to apologize for not listening to the guest speaker. My intervention will be to make 1 or 2 points based on what I heard Professor Adeboye said about the Civil War and involvement of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. I like to say that we are still boxed down with the history of the Civil War and that we are still sentimental and emotional about it, largely as a result of the fact that the Nigerian state has not been able to resolve the crisis that actually produced the Civil War. There are certain major developments in Nigeria between 1960 and 1966.
Put the other one on top of the one. Put the water. Put the water.
This developments.
Please, where is that coming from?
This development engendered disaffection, mistrust, and suspicion. And that was what led to the crisis between 1960 and 1966, which eventually led to the Nigerian Civil War. Up to today, the Nigerian state, we have not been able to resolve this crisis. And that is why we are persisting on it. All other things that we may want to discuss will actually be as a result of our inability to resolve the fundamentals, what some people call our fault lines, and move Nigeria forward in the right direction. I would like to buttress the position of Professor Adeboye on the peace initiatives that were carried out shortly before the Civil War. I have done a study of the situations and circumstances in Nigeria that actually led to the war and the immediate period shortly before the war. And we know that there are many factors, fundamental and immediate factors, responsible for the eventual outbreak of war. When the first shot was shot on July 6, 1967. What is important for us to know would be to say that certain Yoruba leaders became personally involved in resolving this crisis. And I want to mention a name of a patriot who actually lost his life as a result of his involvement in resolving the crisis that eventually led to the war. A lawyer, the first Marxist lawyer produced in Nigeria, Barrister J.O.B. Omotosho, from Ekpoti Ekiti, was a member of the Committee of Yoruba Men and Women who were directly involved in resolving this crisis that Nigeria would not devolve into a civil war. He was going to Lagos from Ibadan, where he was practicing law, to take part in a meeting. He had an accident before Shagam and he lost his life. That will tell us one major contribution of the Yoruba towards looking for peace even before the war. I also remember that the first indigenous Chief Justice of Nigeria, Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, was also involved in the search for peace.
Yeah.
That was when Chief Awolowo was appointed the Ashiwaju, and he was also in pursuit of peace. What we can say about the relationship between the Igbo and the Yoruba would be that we have not been able to understand ourselves. We have not done enough history. We have not done enough studies about the mutual reinforcements between the Igbo and the Yoruba. And I think that is the next frontier that we must cross. We must not allow the sentiments of today, passed on from the past, to affect our relationship. Many of us have Igbo cousins, Igbo nephews, Igbo nieces, and so on and so forth. And we are continuing in this relationship. But there's a need for us to correct the impact of the Civil War propaganda on the relationship between the Igbo and the Yoruba. There was an overdose of propaganda, especially from the other side, which is still today affecting the relationship between the Yoruba and the Igbo. Professor Adeboye alluded to some of the negative impact of propaganda on this relationship, but we need to sponsor more studies so that we know the line between propaganda and truth. And this is where the collaboration between the Yoruba and the Igbo should begin from. We also need to remind ourselves of Decree number 8 of 1967, which will have divided Nigeria into confederate states, but which was eventually abolished as a result of the superior arguments of the bureaucrats in Lagos. It was in the search for one thing, the search for national unity. It was realized that the balkanization of Nigeria will affect the unity of Nigeria, and that if steps were not properly taken at that time, Nigeria would dissolve into warring factions that we may not be able to come together as one again. Actually, what led to the Civil War was not, in fact, a military operation. If I remember very well, it was called a police action to put an end to the insurgency from the eastern region. It was not meant to be an all-out war. But because we were not too careful, we allowed international capitalism to fan the embers of war, and the fact that some people were encouraged to feel that they could go all alone because of the availability of oil in a particular section of the country. It was this oil politics by the international community that we should continue to engage, because some international communities, international organizations, international bodies wanted a slice of the Nigerian oil, and they had entered into deals with the provincial government of the eastern region, and it was just a question of time for them to put an end to the federal arrangement so that they could have access to the reserve. But unfortunately, their own crisis too, especially when Britain decided to join the federal side. It was this crisis that actually compounded the Civil War situation, and we were just cannon folders and pawns on the chessboard of international capitalism. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, during the war and after the war, and much after, made frantic efforts to normalize relationship with the eastern region. He did so many things to the extent that those who left property in Yoruba land they came back and recovered their properties. Money was made available for rehabilitation, for reconstruction, and for reconciliation. But it was mismanaged by some people for reasons best known to them. And even during the era of party politics, especially after 1978, Chief Awolowo went ahead to extend an arm of friendship to people in the Eastern region by appointing or preferring somebody of the Eastern origin as a running mate, despite the weak political strategy that it provided then. It wouldn't have been wise for him to pick an Easterner from the South as running mate. But on 2 occasions he did this, and on those 2 occasions he failed. And he also, while organizing his party, he made use of important people from the Eastern region. I remember especially the 1983 election, where Mrs. Odinamadu played a leading role in the action group. All these are instances of attempts to reconcile the East with the West. But unfortunately, the scars of war are still there. The sentiments are still there. And the marginalization, quote and unquote, of the Eastern region by the Nigerian state, we have not finally resolved that. And these are issues that we must engage as patriots of the Nigerian state and see how we can, in this new dispensation, bridge that gap between the Eastern region and the Western region. There is also this saying that the solution to the problem of Nigeria lies in the cooperation between the East and the West. I like to put a stop here now. And if time permits, I may want to come in again. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this contribution.
Thank you so much, Professor Akin Alao. I'm very, very grateful. You are one of those when I think about you and I will say, you know me, don't pay more Yoruba. Thank you so much for your wisdom, for your knowledge, and for always ready at any point to help us on Yoruba Gbode. I'm very grateful. Please stay very much around with us until the end of this program. Thank you so much, sir. There is a question that somebody asked, and I'm happy that Professor Alao will be able to join Baba Adeboye in tackling the question. So the person said, how did Benjamin Adekunle become nicknamed Black Scorpion? So did he get the name before or during the war or before the war? Baba Adeboye, you want to start?
Oh, well, no, I will defer to the Professor Alao. And that must tell Alhaji Badmus that that the only way I make my money is mathematics, not history. But
noted, sir.
Eh?
Noted, sir.
No, now, Benjamin Scorpion, I mean, you know, I don't know which came first, but maybe Professor Alao can tell us.
I will hazard a guess, sir. And I like to react this way, that when the 3rd Marine Commando was created, and like Baba said, it was for the amphibious landing in Port Harcourt, so that the Eastern region could be encircled. But Benjamin Adekunle was a thoroughbred, no-nonsense soldier. He was so tough, even to his own troops. And we also have oral traditions about how he was even killing some of his own soldiers who were not doing well enough. And he became like a scorpion. And he got the name from I think, a Western military general who was called Scorpion. And he added his own black to it, making it Black Scorpion.
Ooh.
That means from Africa and not the scorpion from the Western world. It was because of his high-handedness. He was a dictator. He was a military commander. He did not allow anybody. He was too disciplined to allow any indiscipline, even among his own soldiers. So it became well known as the Black Scorpion.
Oh, thank you, sir. So I see a lot of hands up. I'm going to call my Amoye first. Baba Amoye Bankole, Engineer Bankole Amoye Yoruba Gbode. What's your question, sir?
Thank you very much, Olotu. I hope there is not too much noise in the background because, like I said, I'm in a restaurant. I'm very far away from home.
I think you are okay so far.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I have some questions for our guests. Let me thank Professor Akinalao for the insight you have thrown into this discourse. And Baba Adeboye, you are always very helpful when it comes to exhuming those things that people are forgotten. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I'd like to go back to our guest, Chief Nameka, and I have one or two questions for him, please.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Before my question, I would like to say this. There are so many things going on YouTube. You see, we don't teach history in Nigeria, so it makes it difficult for the authentic history to be passed on to people. I had one colonel, one retired colonel, who said he was part of the the January coup in 1966. I forgot his name. You will remember him. He's an able elderly man. He's retired. And he said he took part with Uzogu and all the other guys. And what he said was just what you said, that the stakes those 5 boys, their main intention was to secure the release of Awolowo. And I say this is an afterthought. It is not true. It couldn't be. Awo's release was not on their plate when they were planning this thing. So I don't know whether you believe it or not, but that's my view, and I think that's a popular view. You also mentioned corruption, that there was corruption, but I think Baba addressed that. This corruption was not only in one area, it was all over. But their way of tackling it is to kill people in one certain area and leave the others. So I don't know what you think about this, whether you still believe that that was it or not. And one thing I would like to ask you, honestly, we need to be honest with ourselves. And I'd like to ask you, you may or you may not answer me. Do you believe that that coup was one-sided? The coup of January 1966. I don't expect you to answer, but if you feel you have an answer, it will be all right. But I think it was one-sided. And why weren't those guys prosecuted even after 6 months? They were freely roaming around. Izogu and Ifejuana and all the other guys, they were all roaming around. They were all free. After having committed such atrocity, they killed a prime minister, they killed 2 premiers, they killed so many army officers of some ethnic stock, and they were left. It's as if nothing happened. And nobody looks at this when we're talking. It suits us. Are you still hearing me?
I'm still hearing you. I'm
okay.
We're
the way it suits us. We are not thinking of people who are hearing it or who are affected. So I think we need to think about this very well. And again, why did Ojukwu come to Yoruba land during the war? I mean, we were not involved in the war, like Baba has rightly said. It was between him and the Northerners. but he came to Hore. They even bombed Lagos, if you remember.
Yeah.
There was a movie house in Lagos that was bombed in those days.
Mm-hmm.
So why did we deserve it? We didn't deserve that, but it happened. It shouldn't be, okay? And you're talking about they only gave $20 to or 20 pounds. I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about they giving $20 to the returnees when they came back. Remember the bank in the east, the central bank was looted. Remember the central bank in Asaba, or the head of Bendel, the capital of Bendel was looted. I mean, a lot of money was carted away by Ojukwu. I don't know how much the government had left to prosecute the war. I haven't fought for, I don't know, 20 months or something. So I'm not saying they gave enough, but I'm saying it was just a way to say, well, this is something for you. But you remember all those who returned to Lagos and Yoruba land most of them got their properties back. But the ones that went to Port Harcourt and other places didn't get anything back. I think you remember that.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to bring this to our notice that when we speak to our children and our grandchildren about what caused the war and how the war was prosecuted and the aftermath of the war, we need to be open in everything we say. That is the only way we can continue with the kind of love we have between the two nationals. Otherwise, we'll be breeding animosity between us. The Yorubas and Igbos have been together for a long time, but it seems like we are not trying to recognize the sacrifice of one for the other. Where is Paju today? He was killed. Why was he killed? I'm sure you know why Paju was killed. He stood by Yagui Ironsi.
That is true.
I don't know if anybody from another tribe would stand for Yoruba man like that. What about Wole Soyinka? He went to jail because he went to Biafra. He was trying to defend the Igbos because of the Igbos. I mean, so we need when we tell history, when we need to relate to history in a way that is balanced, not just what favors us. We want to hand on to our children and their children the true state of things. Unfortunately, it's not taught in schools, but you and I are people who would propagate it, who would leave it to people to read. And we hope Professor Alao is there to help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Before I respond, okay.
No, just to help you respond.
Okay. Go ahead.
The question of 20 pounds is unfortunate. It's one of those biggest unfortunate lies. I left Nigeria in 1969, about 4 months before the end of the war. I had two bank accounts in Nigeria. At that time, I'd been teaching at University of Lagos. So all the money that Lagos paid me, the University of Lagos paid me, were put in the UBA, United Bank of Africa. It was right on University of Lagos campus. It was a savings account. Meanwhile, any other money I got, because I was working about 4 different places, I put the money at the Standard Bank of West Africa at Yaba. So I left Nigeria. The money I put in Yaba was checking accounts because it was supposed to be used to pay the tuition of my siblings. When I went home in 1971, December, everything was exactly the way it was. The money I didn't touch at all at the University of Lagos, because it was a savings account, I couldn't withdraw it, was still there. All they will ask me is, where is your passbook? Where is the evidence that you have money in our account? You look at it and they give you your money. So the question is, those people who came from
Look at your jacket
war,
here.
and were not able to access their money, either they lost their passport or whatever.
The boy
That-
that's
that can be
still
understood.
Mr. Elijah,
But
please
one more
help us
thing,
mute from your side. Mr. Elijah.
Mr. Elijah.
I'm going to mute him.
Somebody should
I need,
mute.
okay, it's muted.
So if you didn't lose your passbook, the evidence that you saved money in there is there. If you lost your passbook and the bank wasn't able to help you associate your money with your name or any identity you bring, that's where Awolowo comes in. How much can the Ministry of Finance allow people to have? How many of them? So the arithmetic that says we have so many people who have no access to their money or whatever it is, how much can we afford with a budget, with a federal budget? And they came up with 20 pounds. If you give everybody 20 pounds, give everybody 20 pounds they don't have to produce anything. And so the 20 pounds was for people who didn't have to produce any documentation other than that they were back from a Civil War experience. And whatever story they were able to tell about not being able to access their account. Our guests should know that there were also rumors about people who didn't have a dime in anybody's account who claimed to have had money in there and they got the same 20 pounds. Now, the Nigerian government has never been infinitely rich. How many people can you give 20 pounds to and still not have the whole economic crash?
In those days.
I beg your pardon?
I said in those days.
In those days. Especially, remember, Warrington getting oil money. The oil was in Biafra. So any money that they had in there was, internally generated revenue, internally in the sense of the rest of Nigeria. Now, our Naimeka.
Yes, Professor Adeboye, I heard what other you said. So let me quickly respond to the question from Bankole. Yeah, Bankole, you did mention that the coup was one-sided. I'm not going to be biased about the coup. I'm aware that when Nzogu struck and killed Tafawa Balewa and Sandauda, other major key holders from the East were not killed. And then, but where I disagree totally was that when people say it is an Igbo coup, I disagree. It's not an Igbo coup because Nzogu was the person that acted in the north. And then who quenched the coup? The coup was quenched by Aguiyi and Ojukwu because they didn't like the idea that Nzogu, carried on the coup. And then, so it's not an Igbo coup because if it had to be labeled an Igbo coup, why did Aguiyi and Ojukwu now, counter the coup and stopped it? And then this issue of 20 pounds is, I think Baba Adeboye said he left in 1969.
69. It's not 59, it's not 69, it's 59.
Oh, he left in
69.
No, he said he left Nigeria in 69.
Yeah.
Baba Adeboye, is it 59 or 69?
It's 69, 59. I was still in high school.
Okay. So, Baba Adeboye, if he left in 1969 and the war ended in 1970, you would have been around to know how much was given to people. Because my late dad told me that he was only giving 20 pounds. And
I didn't say your dad didn't get 20 pounds.
Okay.
I'm saying he did not have his passbook. If he had his passbook, he would get all the money left there. Unless it's, of course, if he left it to the African Continental Bank.
Okay.
Which belongs to Azikiwe.
Okay.
And that's a different story because then it is the bank. But any bank that was operating in Nigeria, if you came back with your passbook and say, this is how much money I have in this bank, the bank will give you your money. They had no right to sit on your money. They had no.
I don't know, but I know that it's very popular that everybody in the East got 20 pounds. It's very, very popular.
Everybody got 20 pounds, whether or not they had an account.
Could that be that they have lost they lost their passbooks? Everybody lost their passbooks?
Maybe I'm not arguing that they didn't lose their passbook. I'm saying, don't tell me they gave you only 20 pounds out of all the money you had in there, because no, they would have been destroyed internationally if they were doing that. Don't tell me I had $1 million in there and you gave me only 20 pounds. That's not true. Even I, who was nobody, came back to Nigeria and my passbook got me my money. Not to talk about people who are trading and known all over the whole place and known by the banks. So they lost their passbook. I cannot dispute that. And some people who didn't have any passbook were also able to make the same claim. They got 20 pounds. And the Awolowo was not the inventor of 20 pounds. He was the executive dispensing it. The Ministry of Finance, Awolowo was not even the head of government. He was not the chief executive. He had to do whatever the bank says they could afford.
That is true. But what I'm saying is that I would like, personally speaking, I would like all these things to get behind us, because
me too.
Between the Igbos and the Yorubas, we have a lot to gain if we can come together.
All of Nigeria has a lot to gain, because I don't want to talk about Igbo and Yoruba without thinking of Hausa and whatever, because we are not doing it as exclusionary things.
Exactly.
We just want a Nigeria, we want a country that works. Nigeria, if possible, we hope it is. But if it isn't possible, I want peace for the black man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Awolowo's idea of federalism, because we stand to get more in federalism than unity, because Nigeria has a lot of ethnic groups. So there's no way we can function well on the unitary system. So that Awolowo's idea on federalism is the best thing for Nigeria. You know, I mean, through federal government, whereby every component unit will make use of what they produce and only pay taxes to the federal government, and then there will be competition. You know, this will encourage more development, you know, than we are seeing now. What we have now is Nigeria being run with unitary system. You know, we are not federal governments in real aspect of it. It's just in principle, but in real aspect of it, Nigeria is being run like a unitary government up till now. So that's why they have to change their constitution. Don't change this, we can't have it.
Olotu, please, if you would indulge me, I'm sorry to say this, but you know, we had a federal system before Ironsi came in.
That's right.
Well, this unitary system was foisted on Nigeria by Ironsi's government. Do you remember that?
No doubt about it. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. I mean, so when we say now that we would rather have a federal government, let's look at ourselves and say, how did we get there in the first place? You know, and it wasn't done because he loved Nigeria or he loved the Yorubas or he loved the Hausa or something. He had an ulterior motive, which was known to everybody. Baba made an allusion to it when he started about what one of the top men said there that they were destined to rule Africa. So Ironsi thought, well, I'm here now. He thought he would be there forever. So he thought unitary system will work for him forever. But look at where we are today. You know, sometimes we think about, sometimes we look at things as if they will last forever, but they don't.
Nothing lasts forever. Nothing.
Nothing.
Lasts forever.
So that's why we're in this mess. He changed it with a decree. And now we can't go back to where we were, and everybody's suffering. Anyway, sorry to cut it.
Yeah, what Ironsi did was not good. I'm not in support of what he did by changing it to interest system. And that was what they not capitalized up to today. And she maintained Abacha got into that, and she did the same thing. You know, but the big question is, why can't they change this under the democratic dispensation. Why can they not change it? Are we going to remain there forever because Iran did it? We have room for change, and that's what the Labour Party is pushing. They want to change the constitution if they can succeed, because that constitution is not paying anybody well at all. We stand to move forward better if we can have a better federal constitution, really federal character in every aspect of it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
if you can just come in, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
If you can just come in, ma'am, to make some clarifications.
Yes, sir.
About what Professor Naduze said about the first coup in 1966. I think those who planned the initial coup of January 1966, to a large extent, were revolutionary and they were patriotic. And they came from different parts of the country. People from the Eastern region, from the Midwest, from the Western region, and from the Middle Belt. But unfortunately, they did not succeed because of betrayal, even within the rank of those who planned that coup. It was that betrayal that led to the sectional killing during the January 1966 coup. And the January 1966 coup was actually a preemptive coup, because a coup was, like we got to know, was already in the offing before, before the January 15 coup. It was a preemptive coup to stop another coup. Unfortunately, they did not succeed with their plan because some members of the inner caucus of Eastern extraction especially betrayed the other colleagues. So it was more or less a push and not a military coup. What followed was retaliatory, the July 1966 coup. But between January and July of 1966, we had this military administration led by General Ironsi. During this period, so many things went wrong. And it gave the impression that the coup of January 15 was actually a sectional Igbo coup, because General Ironsi seized power. He arrested those who planned, the original planners of the coup, but left some people. Apart from that, he reworked the constitution, changed the major elements of the constitution, and in the process, enlisted the contributions and support of some Igbo intellectuals, which actually led to the emergence of a unitary system. He also surrounded himself by Igbo advisors who were permanent secretaries. And they also worked in the area of promoting Igbo agenda. Apart from that, there was an agreement in the military that as a result of the coup of January 15, there must be a moratorium on promotions in the military. Against the advice of the military council, General Ironsi promoted 21 new officers to commanding positions. 18 of them were of Igbo origin. And this compounded the situation on ground to the extent that people believed that the coup was Igbo. But unfortunately for us, we have not done enough clinical studies of what happened between January 15 and July 1966. We need to go back to that to know that the first coup was actually a revolutionary initiative of ideological committed middle rank officers of the Nigerian army who wanted genuine change.
That's right.
But unfortunately, members of the inner caucus betrayed their colleagues, and that gave that coup a different coloration. I think that was what happened. and we continue to talk about it. Then when you come to the question of federalism in Nigeria, like you said, federalism is the best option for a multicultural, multilingual, and plural society like the Nigerian society. And Chief Obafemi Awolowo wrote extensively on that, to the extent that we really don't have to go back to do any major studies, just to update the knowledge that you have. Unfortunately, there was a confab in 2014, and the confab will have solved a number of problems that we inherited from 1999 Constitution, which was a continuation of the military constitution. But the departing president thought that he will win a second term, and that during the second term, he will implement the 21-point recommendations of the National Confab. Unfortunately, he lost. And so the recommendations are still in the cooler. Again, we must also recognize the pranks and the antics of the Nigerian political class. They continue to benefit from the crisis in Nigeria, and they continue to negotiate advantages to promote their own selfish interests. And that is why we have not been able to do much about redefining the character and structure of the Nigerian federal system, because they continue to benefit from it. Many of them will want to rule a united Nigeria. Many of them will not be satisfied with a balkanized Nigeria. And that is why they are continuing in the shenanigans and thinking that the united Nigeria will still be possible. But from all indications, we need to go back to the drawing board and see how we can write a new constitution that will reflect the realities of today and make allowance for individual developments of the federating units. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. God bless you, sir. I'm very, very grateful for that analysis by Professor Akinalao. And I want us to read the chat too. There are so many good comments, so many inspirational statements that are on the chat. I'm grateful, Kabiesi, I see a lot of contributions that are very, very impressive on the chat. So, Ẹ̀gbọ́n àgbà, Ọmọ Balógun Ògèdèngbé, Dr. Professor Mayowa Ògèdèngbé, I can see your hand up, Sakepe.
Olóòtú, thank you. Kushena. Ṣé ẹ fún mi ní àyè láti sọ̀rọ̀ ni?
You have the microphone, but
okay.
We are using English because we have other people who don't speak Yoruba here.
I believe everybody speaks Yoruba.
No.
Thank you. We have gone from the union last year. And I thank my brothers and sisters for the contribution they have made so far. I'm happy that it's happening. The narratives are very educating and well thought. I wish you are the one who should have been the decision makers for the polity called Nigeria. But unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. I will just say, this is my, the contribution I want to make is that being in view of the fact that we that are called Nigerians today are nations contiguous to each other. We will continue to be there. We cannot relocate to the desert, nor to the Atlantic Ocean. It is very, very imperative that we take cognizance of who we are and the nature of who we are. They say, Anybody who does not know who he is or her is non-existent at all. That's what the wisdom of our ancestors at the Nile Valley. It is very important for us to really take into cognizance the contravening world views, our world views, the world views of all the nations that come together to make a Nigeria. We assume most of the things that we witness today is based on the assumption that it's a tabula rasa. So therefore, we have similar background. Whatever we see, we all see it. What works for other nations should work for Nigeria. No, but our history is different. Our psyche is different. Our languages are different. But we remain where we are. I know Yoruba worldview. I know we all know Yoruba modern logic. So from the east, from the north, south, everywhere. This is better for us to really continue to look at the culturally, or where
Please mute everybody.
We take that into cognizance when we sit down to discuss things that unite us together. That's how we can move forward. That's the current crab in the jar syndrome, which has been plaguing us over time. So we will not remove our location from where we are today. In political science, we have one of the proponents of linkage theory by Rossnew. Talks about how a contiguous nation interacts over time. They will react. What happens in polity, A or B or C, over time we begin to happen in contiguous polities inside each other. Then they're gonna blend like diffusion. The way it is today is not so. Everybody is imposing their respective worldviews on each other. So we can never have a solution. If there's going to be like confab types of things to deal exclusively with the functioning modalities of the intervening worldviews of the contiguous nations of Nigeria, then we come to common ground. We're going to find out by being contiguous, we have a lot of things in common. The ones that are not are incongruous, maybe we're going to find a way to apply it to whatever we want to do. So rather than, it's good to know our history, but let us look at our psyche, and we're going to find a way out to move forward. So the area of these similarities will be really, really identified. And we have a lasting solution to really blend rather than what we are witnessing today. Thank you, Olotu. That's what I just want to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bameto, Alhaji Kolawole, you have the microphone. Please unmute yourself, sir. Yes.
My question in Shoki, Bubonti and Baba Ogedegbe, so I think I follow it. And I'm in line with saying, no matter what, no matter who is there for Nakwe, the confab report, all the money spent on the confab that wasn't revealed, there should be a way of getting that out, according to what Professor Alao said. I know within the report, there's a lot of things that would have broken the back of all things that are happening now. But notwithstanding, I think it is be good for us to go our own ways. People of the same culture, of the same language and whatever. We can be united, but let's know who we are so we won't be cheated. Somebody said it very rightly. When they get there, they impose themselves on us. It's been happening before. It's not new. You don't do that. People are just greedy. So when they are there, they only work for their own people. So let's be who we are. We can be United States of Nigeria, but let's have Yoruba nation. The other nation, let them have their own nation. Let's have something whereby we will be ruling ourselves. We'll be dealing with ourselves. We have our own state, police, we have everything else. We'll be autonomous. I don't say we can have something to be going into the parts of the federal if you want to have United States of Nigeria. But please, whoever has the chance, the opportunity, let's have it being realistically said and done that the nations, about 5 nations within that country, should be able to go on their own, come around the table, discuss issues. And then they should present to us, let everybody know the contents of the confab. Because those that are keeping it is because it's to their own advantage. And they are doing everything to make them be the boss every time. It shouldn't be. Let's try to tear ourselves apart. It doesn't mean we are going to be victimizing each other or fighting each other. They are killing us. We can't defend ourselves. So it shouldn't be like that, please. Those who can do it, who can get it to the right person, let's know the result of the confab, please. Don't keep it in the cooler. Don't sweep it under the carpet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alàgbà Adétúnjí Àtẹwọ́lógún. Yes, sir. Adétúnjí Àtẹwọ́lógún. What's your question, sir?
Hello, ma.
Yes, sir.
First of all, Mr. Chris Akíngbadé, ó dàbí pé orúkọ Ìgbò lẹ̀ ń jẹ́, nǹkan fẹ́ mọ̀ ni.
No, we are speaking English and we are asking questions. We have a serious business, Mr. Àtẹwọ́lógún.
Sorry about that.
So what is
my
that
own situation? My own situation is just the very current situation that happened.
That is going to be next week. We are going to discuss about after the World War until now. So that is going to be our point of focus next week. Today we are looking at
against me because of the black man.
Mr. Àtẹwọ́lógún, I need to go.
Okay, okay, later.
Okay. Alàgbà Akíngbadé, madam, don't mind him. You can ask your question.
Thank you, everyone. And I thank my elders here and everyone and our guests. Thank you for coming. Please, next time, please don't come alone. So that it won't be as if there are so many Yorubas that you are talking to here.
I'm going to talk about that. In fact, for coming, he is my hero. So I'm going to talk about that.
That's why I'm commending him for coming.
Yes.
And I thank you for coming. And I really appreciate you, honestly. And I don't know where you stay. Maybe you stay on Yoruba land or you stay abroad. But in all honesty, you will understand, and I know everybody understands that Yorubas, we are known for accommodation, and we are known that we don't quarrel with anybody. That's why everybody finds that land, and they come there and they dwell. In fact, the Yorubas kill themselves. When a Yoruba man wants to cheat a stranger, the Yoruba will fight themselves and say, why do you want to cheat that person? That is the way we are, and that is natural. And that's what everybody has seen. Now, from what has happened, before the Civil War, during the Civil War, and after the Civil War. You have mentioned something here. You say, oh, you will prefer the federalism to be there, or for us to practice true regionalism. But we all know that these things cannot be done again, because the powers that be in Nigeria, after tasting that unitary system of government, they have refused to change it. And they have told us categorically every time that they are not ready to change it. They will even said Nigeria is indivisible. They always know all those adjectives, big words to use. They will say Nigerian something is not negotiable. Who told them all those ones? There's nowhere in the world that you cannot negotiate something. But in Nigeria, they've closed the negotiation. And they have been telling us all this while. In 1998, when this last military government was leaving, we were asking for restructuring. They said, no way, that there's nothing. They even say restructuring my foot. They've been saying all this. Why are we still asking and wasting our lives? 63 years after independence, and we are still talking the same thing. We are talking the same thing. When we knew that this thing will not be possible, is it not going to be a feasible thing for us to say, no, since we cannot restructure this country, let everybody go on its own to stop all this civil war? How many civil wars are we going to have in Nigeria, for God's sake? We have had a physical civil war that so many millions of people died. We are still having civil wars in Nigeria up to today. Then we are still talking about what cannot be achievable. Why are we so, is it that we are so adamant, or we can't see that this thing, they have told us that no, Nigeria cannot be divided? My question to you, sir, you support federalism, though I do not support when you mention Labour Party. You cannot bring that Labour Party to restructure Nigeria. Labour Party, all those politicians that you are parading, they are still part of the people that put us in problem. Why do you bring Obi out? Obi is mentioned in so many things outside in the whole world. Everybody knows. And you are hinging your objective on Obi, that Obi will change the constitution. Obi, that was a governor for years, he didn't do anything in that place. He was a vice president, running mate on PDP, and everywhere you are still thinking. I'm not saying you as a person. Even a lot of Yoruba people, they supported Obi, but I as a person, I do not see Obi changing anything. Obi is one of them. Why can't we bring somebody that we know that this person is a genuine person? Then we all revolve around him. But me, it's a waste of time, because Nigeria cannot be restructured again. Why can't we go our separate ways? What is difficult? If you are asking for Biafran nation, and the Yorubas, though not all, they are asking for Yoruba nation. And the South, the Jaws, they are asking, even the BBOs, they are asking for a BBO nation. Then what is the big deal? Why are we still telling ourselves lies? Why are we still following what is not going to be achievable? Why can't we look for peace once and for all and let everybody go? Okay, so that all these things will stop. Yeah, my question, sir. Okay. Yes, my question is that why do you still see that Nigeria will work? Why can't we go gently and peacefully? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Wait, you are muted. Okay. Can you unmute yourself, sir? Okay, now you can talk, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, following what Chris and Kibande said about the various components of Nigeria going away, like the Igbo nation, the Duduwa, I still keep saying like what late Chief Obafemi Awolowo wrote in his book, Principles of Federalism. We still stand to get more if we are together than when we go apart. Because there's a lot of things we can get, our minerals, our agriculture, and our everything. But when we divide ourselves, the Yoruba nation goes, the Igbo nation goes, we now become small structures. Small. So we can look at, take for instance now, the US. in this country, more than 200 million ethnic groups are in this US, but they are still together. They're even larger than Nigeria that we're talking about. The US can make it as one nation. Why can't you make it as one nation? I know we are amalgamated by the British, but it's still to our own advantage. You know, we have a lot of resources. Can you imagine Nigeria now we have more than 7 natural sea harbors that can give us 7 international seaports. You know, there are so many things we can get together if we make it, make it work. The only thing is that if the Yorubas and the Igbos can come together, we have a national assembly, we have the Senate, the House of Reps. If there's this understanding between the East and the West, if they're going to put it to vote, if the Igbos and the Yorubas vote yes in the Senate, that we're going to change the constitution, we will have our way. But when we are not voting as one voice, that's why they can divide us. So we really need to come together. Honestly. Yeah, because if they give the Yoruba nation, they give the Igbo nation, they can look at the size of the West, it will be small. The eastern side will still be small. And will have limited space to operate. That's why I support federalism. It's gonna make us to get a lot of advantage. We have so many things to export. We'll be stronger. We'll have a bigger army. We have so many schools and so many everything. So I don't actually support we divided and going apart, unless it's not gonna work, because it can work out if the East and West can come together and speak with one voice in the National Assembly. That's the only way it can work out. But when we cannot come together and agree to speak as one voice, then it cannot work out. We have to agree, make it work. That's my stand there.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Baba Moye.
I just want to emphasize that some section of our audience would interpret what we are doing as a kind of struggle to get the Igbo and the Yoruba together. I hope it is not to the exclusion of everybody else. Otherwise, it's the same bad politics where you are talking about 2 or 3 people ganging up on the rest of the people. No, that's not the goal of this
program
kind of meeting. What is really important is to realize that a unitary government in Nigeria is unwise. We are going to die. 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, trying to make that work is not going to work. To illustrate the point, the entire Western Europe is no bigger than Sudan and Congo put together. Western Europe, Congo and Sudan put together in land area. But Europe has what? 52 countries, almost all based upon ethnic affinities. Language group, religious group, whatever group, they divide themselves up into finer things that can have a sovereign nation, and they will all understand one another, have the same aspiration, the same culture, the same whatever. Africa has 54, the whole of Africa. There is more diversity in Nigeria than there is in the entire Europe. But Europe allows itself 52 sovereign nations, and they gave all of Africa 54. You can see that if they are stable, it is because they recognize the nationalities within them and give them autonomy. If we are unstable, it's because we have not taken good cognizance of the division of the diversity and learn how to manage diversity by making sure that everybody has a stake. Now, with all due respect, we should not be comparing ourselves to Canada, United States, Latin America, and Australia. We shouldn't. In those countries that I've just mentioned, all the indigenous people have been wiped out with all of their diversities. Canada is merely French and English, both European, next door to each other in Europe. Latin America is all Spanish and Portuguese, both Europeans, occupying the same Iberian Peninsula. Australia is all British. So whatever they are able to achieve in those countries, I don't know which other one I mentioned, whatever they are able to achieve on those lands, they are based upon homogeneity. If you want to compare Nigeria with anything, it should be with the old world, Europe, Asia, not with the new world, quote and unquote, where original people in all of their diversities have been wiped out. Am I arguing anything about economy of scale? No. If you are big, you have an economic advantage. But if you are big and confused because of excessive or manageable diversity, you are at an economic total disadvantage. So we must study everything completely, not just look at one side of the thing and say it is this, or one side of this is that. It is the composite. It's not just a question of size, it's also a question of management of diversity. Europe has America has no diversity that it is managing, other than that it has a dominant English-speaking people and everybody else is mini, and can be oppressed. The same thing in Canada, the same thing in Australia and New Zealand, the same thing in Latin America. So unless you want to take the very large number very large number N of nationalities in Nigeria and reduce them to one by slaughtering all the others. If you are not going to do that, you cannot expect the management that America and Canada and Latin America and co are able to handle. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have 5 people and our time is fast spent. Anybody who raises up after Galaxy S8, I'm not going to call you. So I'm going to call these people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but we're going to make it so short because our time is fast spent. In another 15 minutes, we're going to, it will have been 4 hours that we spent. So now, Alagba, Alhaji Abbas, you've raised up your hand for a while now. Alhaji Abbas, what's your question, sir?
Oh boy, anytime to know. Okay, first of all,
we are speaking English, so everybody can.
Oh, all right. Sorry about that. Okay, so talking about Benjamin Adekunle, I want to ask anybody that knows, he is among the war heroes. But if I'm not mistaken, he's probably the most, maybe most celebrated of all of them. And there are a number of myths and rumors about the war and the Black Scorpion. He was given Black Scorpion, one of the reasons, because he was a strict disciplinarian, as many people already said. And anybody that crosses his path, whether you are a friend or foe, he will sting you. And they know that for him. But the one that the one rumor that I'm not sure if anybody has mentioned it this evening is people say he has juju or a fairy that, when he's in the in war action, the enemy would not. Yes. And also there is rumor that if we take 100 soldiers to the war front, he will come back with those 100. So I don't know many of these that are true or that are not true, but that was what because at that time, I was young, but I've been reading newspaper, at that time to know what was going on. So that's that about Benjamin Adekunle. Now, our noble guest, maybe if we are still believing, as much as I don't want to, to say against what Baba has been telling me that, hey, maybe this will be our chance. So let's give Ashiwaju opportunity to see what he can do. But the country that we have, people still believe in it. Number one, is already a failed state. Nothing, there's no institution in Nigeria that is not corrupted. From A to Z. All those, the people running central bank, Soludo and Mefele, they're running a food economy. It's not, this country will not come back. Nobody can revive it. Look at all those oil areas, the kind of environmental devastation that is there. For generations yet to come, they will bear the brunt of those environmental degradation.
So, okay.
The country is surviving on external loan. All the politicians that are looting and sharing the treasury, nothing can change that. All the politicians, they are investing in politics. When they get there, they will recoup, they want return on their investment.
And what's your question?
Want to hold on to this. It's not so. Again, eventually the bubble will burst. It will crumble. It's just a matter of time. It's been predicted, but the country is still surviving. But sooner or later, the best thing now that we still have a little bit of it, everybody go different ways.
Thank you.
And deal with it.
Thank you. Okay, I am welcoming questions now. I am going to call Yemisi Amazing Grace.
Okay, Ma, thank you very much. My
you.
question will go to our guest. I want to know if he knows what we don't know, if he has got a magic stick that can bring Nigeria together again. Because the way I'm looking at it now, things has fallen apart and the center can never hold like Shuni Ashebe. We don't have, now there's so much hatred within the three regions, so much hatred. Not only the three regions, if you look at the east, this, I can't even remember the place that they're killing them in thousands every day. They're not, the middle belt. Yeah, thank you. The middle belt. Yeah, and Samfara and South Kaduna, wherever. I don't think they will be happy singing one Nigeria. Those people that are in government, our governors, House of Representatives, and Senate, they are so greedy that they will want the one Nigeria to carry on. Even Peter Obi, as much as I like him, but likeness doesn't make anything to make Nigeria to become one. Everybody, I think, except if you have a magic power to do it, to bring all those their brain, to reset their brain.
Okay, let him respond. Thank you, Ma.
Ashima.
So I was away, so I didn't get the question right. What was the actual?
The question was,
yeah,
that Nigeria is already broken. That do you know if there's a magic wand that we make it come together? That maybe you know what we don't know.
Well, the only thing that can make Nigeria to separate is if we agree to have a referendum or a plebiscite. That is just the only way. You know, if we can agree to have a referendum, then that's it. And then it will be put to vote. You know, because by and large, I see that what brings us together is more than what is tearing us apart. It's just greed on the part of the North to hold on power, you know, forever. You know, so, but if everybody is saying, let's go, then let's put it to vote in a referendum or a plebiscite. That just, but it has to be a consensus agreement between the.
Why does it have to be?
It has to be because for those who are.
Was the making of Nigeria consensus?
Well, it wasn't. It was not. It was not.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying that the North has to agree. If the majority of the ethnic groups are saying we want to go, then let's make it by referendum.
Okay.
Whether the North agrees or not, the other ethnic groups, if they say so, then we can move on and then have it.
Let me see if I can say something here.
Mm-hmm.
I hope anybody look. A very generous way of looking at Nigeria is to say that it is an experiment. But how long do you want to perform an experiment before you know whether you are successful or not, or whether success is possible or not?
100 years.
One, and I'm going to split it into two ways. A segment of the community is saying the experiment can go on a little longer to see if success is possible. Another segment is saying, no, we've experimented enough. Each of them has its own logic. Let me make it clear that the Yoruba have felt on the outs for 62 years since independence. We have felt pushed out. But now, the experiment has reached a stage where one of our own politicians has been declared the winner of a presidential election. So you can see why a segment of our people will want to see that through and see what our own young man can do with it, especially as he was part of the struggle for the realization of Abiola's mandate, that he has been everywhere and that he has, I hope he's not listening now, he has combined the intellectual sagacity of Awolowo with the practical politics of Akitola to get elected. I mean, there hasn't been another Yoruba or Nigerian that has been able to combine the two forces that dominated Yoruba country in the 1950s, the two tendencies, the intellectual, reasoned, whatever, Awolowo, and the practical, pragmatic politics of Akitola. If you glue them together, can we make a Nigeria out of it? He has done it to win election. Can he do it further to keep Nigeria? If he was going to do it, you have to have a decentralization. How he's going to be able to affect that, nobody knows. If he's going to be able to affect it, you have to decentralize. You have to make every ethnic nation, we have to at least have 8 countries in Nigeria that are part of a federal structure. No interference from the center. If you can arrange that, Those who thought that not all is lost can live with it. Those who think all is lost, if you bring Jesus Christ as the next president, they will still want Nigeria to break away. And now, in the manner of speaking, because I don't have all wisdom, I agree with all of my friends.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Alagba Wole Oni, quick. Let's quickly answer, ask the question so we can go.
Thank you, man. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I just want to add my voice to the echoes that Nigeria cannot work.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you know, I think Buhari's last 8 years is really the final nail in the coffin for Nigeria. If you look at the indigenous populations of Nigeria, we can all exist on our ancestral land. The only ones that do not have ancestral land are the Fulanis. And this is why they will fight to the last breath to keep Nigeria as it is. They have enjoyed power, they have stolen a lot of money, they are brainwashed by this fight that God has given them Nigeria. What divides us is greater than what unites us. So I'm sorry, Nigeria cannot work. Everybody should go their own way. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Agilete Babalo Gbomosho. Quick.
Okay, thank you. Very quick. First recommendation, maybe next time we have this kind of conversation, we should invite a more controversial Igbo person, such as Chief Wanyanwu. Because if we don't have people that we can tell one another between Yorubas and Igbo the truth, we cannot resolve the problem that we have with one another.
No.
That's my recommendation. It's a recommendation, you know.
Okay, we call, let me tell you this at this point.
Now the question.
Okay, let me say this before we go, because people have been saying who we can invite, who we should have invited. And I said, Chief Unamaika, that's sitting with us now, is my hero. I have been on this for more than a month. There was a time that somebody agreed and said no. There was a time that somebody will email me and say, you know what, I'm still angry about Obi's loss of election. I've had about 6 or 7 people.
Okay.
And look at how many of us are here today. We sent all these flyers. I have started to send it for almost 2 weeks.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me finish, ma'am.
Let me finish, please. one of our people who said he belonged to a forum. It's a club. I'm not going to mention the club, where they have at least 2/3 Igbo, and the other people are the 1/3. When I told him to go, take the flyer and talk to them and he told me, big sister, I'm not going to be able to do it because even they have been so alienated since after the election result. So I told him, don't worry, just go. Tell them that we are finding a way to talk and put things together. He said, okay, I will do it. He went there, he talked to them, they yelled at him. That is number one. The last one I'm going to say, there is somebody from the East who used to chat with me and everything. Okay, when I sent the flyer to him, do you know what he did? He blocked my number. So what do we want to gain from all this?
Thank you. That is
what we are going to do. So I'm very grateful to Chief Agapitos Unadozie. So, okay, go ahead.
Yes, the point I was trying to make is, we cannot continue to pretend that we like each other, the Yorubas and the Igbo. That time has gone. And for us to be able to resolve whatever differences we have, we must must have the courage to speak the truth to one another, So that's why I was saying that I have a question for the guest, because, he's such a gentleman, it's hard to ask difficult question, but I'm going to ask something. Hopefully we'll be able to answer it. In his presentation, he did say that, shortly after the Civil War, the Igbos were given 20 naira, and that was what they used.
20 pounds.
Oh, 20 pounds. I'm sorry, 20 pounds. And he wouldn't be the first person to say that. I've heard it several, from several people. The question I have, is, was that the only money that Igbo survived or invested and became so rich with in the span of about 10 years? Because no one has been able to tell me that there are places where they came back to the investment that they had, except for River State, where they call their property abandoned property. Most Yoruba land, they didn't, seize their property. They came back. They welcomed them back, So if we just talk about, getting just 20 pounds, and becoming rich, I'm not mentioning that, the investment that they left prior to Civil War, they came back to take them back. We will be deceiving ourselves. No, that is half truth. So if you can educate me, I will
can
appreciate
you let
it.
him respond?
Yeah, let me respond.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Agilete.
My response would be, when the war ended, there was a statement made by the federal government saying no veto and no vanquish. Federal government did not authorize anybody to start seizing people's houses because there was now the process to restructure, to reconcile, and to make everything good at the end of the day. So why must people start seizing people's houses? What happened in Riverside was not really good at all. So as long as the war has ended, and God was looking for a way forward to incorporate everybody, to incorporate the East, and things begin to move well again. So the 20 pounds they were given, well, fine. And you said that when they came back to Lagos, they still got the houses. Yes, they should get their houses because those houses they did steal it, they suffered to build it. So it's a house, it must be given to them. Just like any person can buy a house in any part of the world and she has a house anywhere. The Igbos have a house in America, the Yorubas have a house in America. So nobody has the right to seize their house because there was a civil war. But what I'm saying is that why should they not be allowed to get all their money in the bank? Why must they be given a particular amount out of all that they have in the account?
Well, did you see the account?
Sorry, Chief August. Sorry, sorry. Chief, I don't have my glasses. I can't see your name very well. I just want to say something, Chief Nadozi.
Yeah.
You mentioned who's talking?
Bankole Ejolutu. I'm sorry to interject. It's Bankole. Okay. Am I allowed?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, madam. Yeah, you talked about the Igbos, they came in, they worked for the house, they built it and things like that. Yes, they built it, it belonged to them and they got it back. But remember, that was a war situation. In war, when you run away, you are not likely to get what you left back. And not only that, these people, when they came back, their homes that were rented out, the houses, the buildings they had that were rented out, most of them got their rents. The rent that they didn't wait to collect, the rent that belonged to them when they were away, they got it. So for you to be saying it is theirs, I mean, you are not given credit where it's due. The Yorubas bent over backwards to take care of them when they came back. So don't just say it is theirs, they are entitled to it. I mean, I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your patience since you've been with us. You are the only one we are talking to, and you are trying to field our questions as much as you could. I appreciate your coming. I want you to know that you are on friendly territory. But I just need to say this to you that no, that statement is not very well received. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's the point I was trying to make. You know, it is not correct to say they survived only on 20 pounds. You know, they met what they left behind. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say there was anything wrong with that. Let us speak the truth when we want to talk, you know. So it's only in Rivers State, and the Rivers State people that's the closest people to the Igbo. The Yorubas accommodated you, they gave you back everything. They didn't just give you 20 pounds by federal government. So you couldn't have made it. If you made it with only 20 pounds, please share the secret so we can learn how you became. That is true, 20 pounds in the space of 10 years. So
okay, thank you, Mr. Agility. I'm going to take the last question. Galaxy S8. Usually, I don't call people who don't have names.
Please, Emma Binu Mama, the device me lo bayeje, so mulati switch to this one. Me the let's say correction and to remove beat the time.
Okay, kí lorúkọ yín?
Kola Wole Sule Bameto.
Okay.
Can you see my face now?
Yeah.
I'm showing my face.
Okay.
Okay. Sherry, mo gba Iyalode, Baba Ajilete àti Baba Adeboye àti.
Can you say it in English or you say it in Igbo?
All right. I'm thanking everybody that has spoken before my taking over. It boils down to the question I'm going to ask the guy that say, Mr. or Professor Agapitus, whatever the last name is. You know, I'm sorry that I have to say that because I can't say your name right. But please pardon me for that. My question is directly to you. Everything you are saying, people have given you the right answer. That you own a house doesn't mean you should get it back, but you did get it back. All the rent people made, they gave it back. But my question is, what's your assurance that if this government is going to make Nigeria one Nigeria? Because we are saying Nigeria is containing many nations. Those who are there are grabbing it and they are controlling all other people. That's what is happening presently. And I believe if Obi were to be there, it's going to be the same thing. Look at Lagos State. We have Igbos in the assembly. You are saying that you are criticizing them that why should they be speaking Yoruba? After all, it's in the Yoruba line you are having all these things. You have them in the assembly line. So which means if you are the boss, you will eradicate everything that has to be Yoruba. That's my feelings. I'm being biased, but I'm right to be biased. Nobody can fix Nigeria. Let's go our ways.
Okay.
Either or the other. So what's the magic you have to tell me that it will be back to normal? That's my question to him.
What is normal?
Okay.
Can I respond quickly?
Chief, yes.
Yeah, my response is, I'm not really bent that Nigeria must be one. What I'm saying is that now we have a lot of people saying their views, you know, trying to say, okay, this is not working. And it's coming from almost all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. So what I'm saying is that the only way we can make it is to put it to referendum. You know, I would like us to have a referendum. I'm not betting that Nigeria must work when we're having all these issues coming from here and there. So I would suggest that let Nigeria let somebody in the House move that motion for referendum. Either the Senate or House of Rep.
So,
I will support it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The time is 7:08. We started exactly at 3 because we have been enjoying it. We don't know that we have spent 4 hours. If we go to work in America, it's 8 hours. So this is half of a day's job. Yeah. And I know we have learned, I know we have gained a lot today. One thing that I wanted to make clear to everybody is this meeting that happened today was not about putting Yoruba and Igbo together to fight the Hausas or somebody. No. This meeting is not about resolving the trouble between Igbo and Yoruba. Yoruba Gbode cannot do that. What was the reason for the meeting? The reason for the meeting is to get to the root of this controversial issue between the Igbo and the Yoruba. That was our reason. That was what we set out to achieve. And I want to tell you that I feel satisfied that we got that, because we wanted history. I mean, if people listen to the promo, we wanted history and we got the history. My clapping for everybody that has made this possible. Chief Nnadozie, I can't see you, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I want to say a big thank you.
Thank you so
for
much.
your interest, for your effort, for your patience, and for your wisdom, because it takes somebody with heart. I'm telling you, a lot of our people, it's not that they don't know what to say, but some people are still angry.
Exactly.
And they told me so. What is the anger? But they said, well, I'm angry about the results. I talked to about 4 or 5 professors. The only person that wasn't angry was the one that said, you know what, I will come. It's a professor of history. I will come, but except what I read in newspaper, I don't know much about this. But all other people, they said we are angry about the election result. Yeah. So what are we going to, and one thing, and I am sorry, I don't want this to be received differently. I was saying that Obi is in the 3rd position. So Atiku is in the middle. So I am surprised that, you know, people are still angry about the result that Obi had. So people kept saying, we said come here to learn. Let's hear from you. If people were not angry, it would have been a different thing, but they said they were angry and they were not going to come. If you don't come, unless the way I'm saying it now, how do we know people who are hungry? We have to do better, our people. So on behalf of Yoruba Gbode team, on behalf of the participants, we have many people from far and wide. People came from Saudi Arabia, Japan, Canada, UK, a lot, Nigeria, many. On behalf of all of them, Chief Nnadozie, I'm very, very grateful for your efforts. Thank you so much for joining us on today's program.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know that if we call you next time, you won't mind the time. You won't mind that we are here forever. You will still, you know, you will answer us.
Yes, I will. I will respond.
I am really very grateful. Yeah. I'm really very, you see, some people are still coming in. You see, thank you, Emma Wolebo.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you. Baba Amoye, thank you so much. We always drink from your well of knowledge. We always learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let me say this, the program for today may not be available on YouTube after tomorrow. You know, we always leave it, but there are some that we won't leave, that we just take to Yoruba Gbode archive. However, if you need it and you are a constant member of Yoruba Gbode, you can call me or text me or send me an email. I'm going to send it to you. So I'm grateful for all the Amoyes, from Baba Bankole to Baba Amoye. My dear Egbon, Dr. Adenina Adeboye, thank you so much. Those of you who are constant. So I'm taking this opportunity to remember Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Lamidi Adeyemi, who passed. I always remember Baba, and I always say Kurisiyu and Kulu Allah according to Islamic injunction to Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́. Is Ọba tí a lè fi wé ọba. There is a special lecture for him. I'm going to get the date, and I'm actually going to pass the flyer. And I've implored the organizer, Dr. Professor Alao, that they should try to include a virtual. So saying that, I want to thank my dear brother, Professor Akin Alao, Ojúlówó ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé. If you are looking for ọlọ́pọlọ pípé, just go to Ìbàdàn. Ìgbọ̀ngàn la gbà kọjá. So Professor Alao, I don't know whether he's still there because it's been a very long day for him. I'm very, very grateful. Bàbá mi Kábíyèsí Aláṣẹ Akínlá ilẹ̀ Ẹ̀rìn-Ìjẹ̀ṣà, Akínlá of Ẹ̀rìn-Ìjẹ̀ṣà. I'm very grateful for your support all the time. Whether on Yoruba, Gbode Zoom, whether on Yoruba website, I'm always singing that Ani Baba Nile, ẹni tí ò ní Baba Nile, ìyà ni ó jẹ. Kábíyèsí, Baba mi Akínlá, I'm very, very grateful. Kẹ̀pẹ́, and all other Oba that I saw there before we started, I'm grateful to them. I'm grateful to everybody that came here. This program has the last leg. And the last leg, you remember that today, what we did was what happened in the past, the beginning of this controversy. Now, next week, we are going to round it up. I'm grateful to Alhaji Badmus. Bring us water. Látẹ̀kọ́. Omi Èkó dùn. Please, by the grace of God, next week, what we are going to talk about is the election that happened, how it concerns the Igbo and Yoruba, and we are going to analyze the election results. And then we are going to say what next after this. That is what we are going to be doing. The week after, we are bringing many people who have taken part in the Jijagbara, the Yoruba Nation people. They are coming here. They are going to tell us what they are, because everybody is quiet now. They are coming. Yeah, very,
Read
very
my chart,
important
please.
people. Huh?
Read my chart, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, Eshewo, thank you. Thank you. So, that is how it goes. I'm grateful for everybody who has been sending piece by piece to help Yoruba Gbode. Please, we always are calling for donation because we don't have money. Anything singba kò lówó lọ́wọ́ ni, bó bá lówó kò ní singba. So please help us. If it is too small, if you say, oh, it's too small, people will say, oh, you are stingy. Just give the little one that you have. Please help us on Yoruba Gbode. Donate for us. And I'm grateful for people who have donated, who are thinking about donating. That's very important. Another thing that is very important, Yoruba school. Hey, a lot of people now, they are registering for Yoruba school, but we still encourage you to register. Somebody called me to register, and he was saying that if Chinedu Gbadebo has been able to speak Yoruba, boya Ibama Nova Iba the Gomina. Money long. So I'm encouraging everybody to let your children come and learn Yoruba. People are learning and they are speaking Yoruba language. Ẹ jẹ́ kọ́mọ yín sọ Yoruba. Please, it's very, very important. It's going to benefit them. Now they have got to the point that they are using Yoruba language as a waiver. In the past, it's only if you know French and Spanish. That is when they are going to waive other language for you. But Yoruba, I remember that because of my proficiency in Yoruba, I managed to get 3 semesters off. That's a lot. Let your children speak Yoruba. Well, mo gbọ́ ń tẹ́ wí oṣù gbé mi kí n wọ́n kà á kálukú ló ti kà á. Ẹ ṣeun. Next week, please let people know about Yoruba Gbode, and by the grace of God, we are going to meet again. So I'm saying my bye-bye, but it's going to be in Yoruba because my mother did not speak English. And you remember when I say my bye-bye, I always pay homage to my mother, because it is through her that I learned to speak, first of all, and it is through her that I learned this beautiful culture. So ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kí ebi ó pa ni, ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ ká rìn lókun ẹ̀ nímọ̀, ẹni tó fúnni lọ́mọ kò fẹ́ kí á jàjẹrun bí iṣu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o, Ẹ̀gbìnọlá Adékúnbi àtúwá ẹ̀dú tó kọ́ mi láṣà àmúdèrè àṣà. Ire ní mògùn ará àlágbẹ̀dẹ ọmọ awó ni tún nírọ, ibi tó bá wà ilẹ̀ rẹ̀
ni o.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ire ìpàdé díjọ́ mẹ́jọ, ire gbẹ̀ngbẹ̀.
Ó dàbọ̀ sà, ó dàbọ̀ mà. Ẹ ṣé.
Ó dàbọ̀, ẹ ṣé.